Oh, we actually did pop up then. That went really well. My screen just went completely black. What did I say about technical issues? But hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. As always, it's me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hi, guys.
And Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hello.
And tonight we're joined by two special guests. We're joined by Scott from Scott the Movie Critic.
Hello.
And we're joined by Elliot from I.M.O Reviews.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining, Scott and Elliot. It's great to have you on the channel.
That's all right.
Yep. So, yep, as it's always the first question I always ask on these streams, what were some of the last films you've watched over the past week? Do you want to go first, Scott?
I think the last two films I watched was Palm Springs and the original Death Wish film.
Oh, Death Wish, what with Charles Bronson?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Great film. Bit brutal, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Jeff Goldblum's in it as well, isn't he? For the very first appearance.
Yep.
Yeah, awesome. What about you, Andy?
I rewatched the new Nicolas Cage film, Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I had a lot of fun with that. I watched the Foo Fighters movie, the Studio 666.
Awesome.
That was pretty funny.
That's good.
And yeah, I've just watched a movie this afternoon called The Peacemaker with George Clooney. Nicole Kidman. It was pretty good for what it was. But
Haven't heard of that one before, but I see that Studio 666 is quite a good film.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Oh, that's good. I know there's supposed to be some pretty cool cameos in it, and isn't it one of the members passed away not long after the film?
Yeah, the drummer.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. But yeah, I'll definitely have to check that one out. And Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, is it worth it? Is it worth picking up?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Awesome. Pardon?
It's a lot of fun.
Definitely looks like a lot of fun. Apparently there's supposed to be like loads of references to like old school Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'll have to pick it up.
That'd be really good.
Yeah. Has anybody else seen Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I wasn't expecting much from it. I thought it was going to be pretty cheesy and a bit too tongue-in-cheek, but actually, it's really smartly written, actually. I had quite a lot of fun with it.
Oh, that's fantastic news. I definitely will have to check that one out. Pedro Pascal's in it as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he's excellent in it.
Awesome. That's very good. I do like him. He's great as the Mandalorian. What about you, Mike? What was some of the last films you watched over the past week?
So the last film I watched was a film from the 1980s. Not a very well-known film, but it was called Fandango. And I think it's like one of Kevin Costner's first movies. And it's basically about a group of guys who they've just finished college or university, and they basically go on like a road trip, and it's kind of like before they all go their separate ways, they just kind of have like this road trip together. And yeah, it was pretty good movie. I enjoyed that one.
That's good.
And I also watched the BFG remake. I got the DVD of that recently. It was okay.
I've heard it's not Spielberg's finest work, is it?
No.
But isn't that Mark Rylance is in it as the BFG?
Yeah. He's probably the best part of it.
Oh, that's not too bad. I know I did pick mine up from Poundland for a couple of quid, so I'll have to give that one a watch soon and see what it's like.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, that's cool. And what about you, Elliot? What are some of the films you watched previously?
The most recent thing I'd have watched is probably the latest Thor movie, Love and Thunder. So I won't go into spoilers in case anybody hasn't watched it, but it's proven to be really divisive. Some people either love it or it just didn't work for them. And personally, I fell in the category of it just didn't quite work for me. It rubbed me up the wrong way. But if you like it, you like it. It's certainly got a specific taste to it. And It's not a movie, but actually, I've recently been rewatching the Idiot Abroad series, the Ricky Gervais and Carl
Love that.
Pilkington. It's such a fun revisit. It's a real good comfort watch.
I agree. It is a good fun show. I do like that. Carl Pilkington going abroad to these different countries and his reactions to some of the things they do is absolutely hilarious.
Oh yeah, he sees something excellent, but he'll have the most mundane opinion on it. It's incredible the way he sees the world.
Mm, yeah. I also like the cartoon series, is it? The Ricky Gervais show. I didn't thought that was too bad either.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it's based off a podcast that they did. So it's like an edited version of it rather than a 2 hour block. It's cut down to about 30 minutes. But yeah, that's a great watch as well.
Yeah, that is. What was I going to say? Anything else you've been watching, Elliot?
Oh, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, really. I've mostly just been catching up with recent releases. So it would have been things like the new Minions movie, Stranger Things. It's mostly been movies like that I've been onto.
Did you enjoy Minions?
It wasn't the worst thing I've seen this year. I'll put it that way.
Was the worst thing you saw this year Jurassic World? Because I'm heard you're not the biggest fan of that one.
Yeah, I've got some flack for that one. I really didn't like Jurassic World Dominion, but I still don't think that was bottom of my list. I actually can't think what is bottom of the list at my moment, so it's even a bit of a surprise for me. But yeah, there have been some stinkers so far in 2022.
Yeah, that's true. But I think overall this year hasn't been too bad. There's been quite a few nice surprises, shall we say.
Yeah, absolutely. Top Gun Maverick's probably one of my favourites so far.
Yeah, I need to see that one. I haven't seen it yet. I've heard nothing but positive things.
Oh yeah, I had a great time with it.
Awesome. But anyway, before we get into the... Oh, I forgot about me. Talk about what I've watched. Well, as for me, some of the things I watched The Rock for the first time with Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery. That is a double act I never thought would work so well, but it really does. They just are fantastic film. I really enjoyed it. What else did I watch? I watched the Steven Seagal film Out for Justice. I really enjoyed that. And I can't remember what else I actually did watch, so that's really good. But them two, I know I definitely did watch and really, really enjoyed. And Scott's left again. I hope he's all right. But yeah, I do definitely want to watch some more. Here he is. I definitely do want to watch some more Nicholas. Pardon?
Sorry about that. Internet's playing up.
Don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it. What was I going to say? I definitely do want to get into some more Nicolas Cage films. Have you guys got any recommendations for Nicolas Cage films?
Ooh.
Face Off is a good film.
I did watch that one the week before. That is a very odd one. That is.
Yeah.
The Wicker Man's great fun with alcohol.
Yeah. I've seen that one. That is certainly a film I'd like to forget.
Yeah, you definitely need something to get through that one.
I know the National Treasure films are pretty good. I do enjoy them. But
Raising Arizona is great.
I'll have to check that one out. I think that's on Disney Plus, I think, so that's quite cool.
And Moonstruck's pretty good.
Moonstruck?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that Con Air might be my personal favourite of his. That's a good film.
Which one?
Con Air.
Con Air, oh, love that.
Yeah, great shout.
Great film.
Yeah, watched that for the first time the other week and really enjoyed it. A lot of first-time watches for me, but it's great to discover all these new films. It's always a learning experience.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But anyway, before we get into the comments, as it's your first time on the stream, Scott, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, sure. So my YouTube channel is called Scott and Movie Critic. I normally do like ranking videos and a lot of top 10 lists, stuff like that. Got a couple gaming related videos on there as well.
That's cool. That's brilliant. What about you, Elliot?
Very similar to Scott. I review movies, both old and new. Sometimes I ask the public to vote on Instagram to let me have an idea of what they want me to talk about. Sometimes we review purposely bad things. Sometimes we review legendary movies that people hold in the highest regard. Sometimes we explore different avenues like music as well. We've done a few album reviews. We've started doing something recently called Hot Takes, where people send in their anonymous hot takes on a certain opinion, whether it be Star Wars or Star Trek, anything like that. And it's a safe space for them to air their controversial opinion, basically. So, yeah, there's quite a few different things that we do, but it's generally based around movies and reviewing them.
Oh, that sounds brilliant. Both channels sound brilliant, but if you haven't subscribed to either Scott or Elliot, their channel links are in the description below, so give them both a sub, as is Andy and Mike. So yeah. Hasn't it? It's arrived, has it? Oh.
Yeah, but it was too big to go through the letterbox.
That is a big one. Sorry, but so, Amazon delivery. Oh dear. Sorry about that, everyone. Moving on. Technical issues I'm suffering from now. Right. The comment isn't loading.
Oh, it's not good.
Right, David Beach is here saying, "Good evening, guys. It's been a very hot day today. How are you coping in the heat?" Not very well, David, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not very well.
It's hot. It's very hot. I've actually got a fan on very quietly just over there in the corner of the room. I checked on the microphone. It doesn't seem to be picking it up. So
That's all right. Well, I've got a fan on in the background and all. It's just unbearable. What about you, Andy and Mike?
Pretty much the fan. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hot here. Yeah, it's horrible.
Unfortunately, it's going to be like this until next week, I heard, till next Tuesday, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Sunday, I think, is meant to be the worst. That's meant to be really hot on Sunday. So, yeah, get the sun cream out.
or if you do what I do, I'm going to just hibernate all Sunday.
Yeah, curtains closed.
That is the best way to be.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Mike from Did You See That saying, "The legend that is Elliot makes his debut. Hey, fellas, hope you're all doing great. What's your normal favourite cinema venue you go to? Cineworld, Odeon, or View?" Thanks for joining, Mike. Hope you're doing well, mate. As for me, I just go to a local one. I don't really have like a big brand one here where I live because I live out in the middle of nowhere, so it's a local one for me, unfortunately. What about you, Scott?
I think I've only ever been to Cineworld before. Cineworld.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
That's cool. What about you, Elliot?
We have one very big View in our main shopping centre down here, and that one's pretty reliable. You can get early screeners there, but I find if I need to watch something a bit more obscure, like an A24 movie, I might have to go to an art house cinema. We have one called a Curzon. I don't know if they're actually well known or not, but
cool.
It's a good half an hour drive away, but it is worth the drive. It's a really lovely cinema in there, and you get all of the weird unknown movies that no one else is talking about. That's where I managed to see The Northman. Actually, I got early access to that just at the Curzon. So it's usually between those two, but mainly the View. That's the safest bet.
Oh, that sounds brilliant. Did you go and see that film called Brian and Charles at that cinema?
I did, yes. That was at the Curzon. Yeah. Anything strange like that is probably.
Did you enjoy that film? That looks so bizarre. It does.
It is really strange, but I actually really did like it. It's very heartwarming. You can't help but walk out and just have a big beaming grin on your face. Like, that was lovely. I just had a lovely time.
That's good. Awesome. What about you, Mike?
For me, it's probably Cineworld, just because it's the closest one to me. But I think similar to Elliot, if I need to go and see something a bit more obscure, we've got another cinema in our city centre. It's called Fact Cinema. And yeah, I go there if I need to see something a bit more obscure, but normally it's Cineworld.
Sounds good. And what about you, Andy?
Yeah, I mainly just go to Odeon, really. I've got one of those limitless passes, so I try and make the most of that.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Unfortunately, where I live, I just don't seem to get any of that where I live. It's a bit of a shame because I'd love to go to one of these big cinemas with all the comfy seats, but I go to one that kind of feels like straight out the 70s. Right. Next up, we've got Winslow here saying hey. Hey, Winslow. Right, next up we have Edward Coppock here saying, evening everyone, hope you're all well. Evening Edward, hope you're well, mate. What's your favourite James Caan film?
Ooh.
Actually, this is the other film I watched at the weekend and I've completely forgotten. It was probably my favourite film that I watched at the weekend, and it was Thief. I watched that on Saturday night and absolutely loved it. Thought it was a fantastic film. I bought it just on a whim from Arrow, and brilliant. I love the soundtrack. I think the soundtrack's superb. And the villain, the gangster guy in it is so good, and James Caan's fantastic. But apart from that, there's another one I do want to see called Rollerball. Is that any good?
Yeah, it's
I've
pretty
heard
good.
it.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out, because isn't that on Arrow as well?
It was. I don't know if it's out of print now. It might.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'll,
might be out
I'll
of
have
print.
I'll have to keep an eye out. So what about you, Scott? What's your favourite James Caan film?
I think I would have to because when
Pardon?
Misery,
Misery, yeah,
because when I
good
first
choice.
I thought it was an absolutely incredible movie.
Yeah.
That's another one I still haven't seen.
I'd recommend it. Really good.
Yeah, there's one that I have on my list to get eventually.
Yeah.
What about you, Elliot?
I was thinking Misery. The two that come to mind for me would be The Godfather or Misery. They're the two roles that come to mind with James Caan for me, but mostly Misery. Everyone talks about, I mess her name up every time. I get confused between Kathy Burke and Kathy Bates. It's Kathy Bates, I
Bates,
believe.
Yeah.
Everyone talks about Kathy Bates, and understandably so, but I don't think Kathy Bates's performance works anywhere near as well as it does without James Caan. He plays it so perfectly against her performance. So it has to be Misery for me.
Great pick. Mike?
It would probably have to be The Godfather for me. It's just one of my favorite movies. But there is another movie that I watched recently for the first time. It's a movie he made before The Godfather, and it's called The Rain People. And he plays kind of like a former like American football player who suffers like a head injury, and it kind of becomes a bit sort of like it like affects him afterwards, and like his relationships he has with people. And I thought that was a really, really good movie, but really hard to track down, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame. That sounds interesting, that does.
Yeah.
And what about you, Andy?
Yeah, I think pretty much most of the ones have been said that I like. Godfather and Misery, I think, are the top two. But the first movie I ever saw him in was one I actually really like. It's not the best movie ever, but I'm a big fan of Eraser with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He plays the villain in that movie, and he's a lot of fun in that.
Yep. And how can we forget him in Alf?
Alf, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, great role.
Yeah. All right. Moving on, we have... Sorry, my phone is being horrendous tonight. We have Jason, the old millennial here, saying, hey, Elliot, long time no see.
Hey, Jason. He tuned in to Z Talks last night, I believe. So good to see you again, buddy.
Yeah. Thanks for joining, Jason. We have Sophie, and she says, evening, gentlemen. Evening,
Yes,
Sophie.
Hi, Sophie.
My phone is going horrendous. I'm apologising ever so much for this. It must be the heat. We've got the DVD film bloke here saying, hey. Hey, mate, hope you're doing well. DVD and Film Bloke also says, when my phone plays, it's because it's so hot, I imagine. I saw Thief with the late, great James Caan, which was very good. Yeah, I do agree. It's a fantastic film. I really did enjoy it. It surprised me. It reminds me heavily of Drive. I can see how that inspired Drive. Yeah. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah. I need to give it a rewatch. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I do remember really liking it.
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah. It's a really good movie, yeah.
Isn't James Belushi in it as well? Is it James or John Belushi? Whatever his name is.
I think is it James Belushi? I think it's James Belushi.
Yeah, he's really good in it as well, I must admit, when I watched it. You seen it, Elliot?
I haven't seen Thief, but I am a very big fan of Drive. I think that's a very good movie. I didn't like it the first time I watched it, but the second time and third time I started to get what it was doing. I think I went in expecting it to be more about driving, and understandably so, if you go in blind and it's just called Drive. But yeah, once you know what the film's doing, it's an excellent watch, and it's really well made as well.
I do agree. I love that film. And what about you, Scott? Have you seen Thief?
I haven't, no, but it's one I've been meaning to watch for quite a while, so I might get the I.M.O Blu-ray for that. And
Sounds like...
with Drive, I really enjoy that film as well. I think it's excellent.
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. What is it with me, Ryan Reynolds and Gosling? I just keep mixing them two up. Be a totally different film if he was in it.
Yeah.
Right. We have Sophie saying, Mike, did you and Zoe enjoy seeing Roger Daltrey? Oh, from The Who. Awesome.
Yeah, it was really, really good. Yeah, considering his age, like he was really good. Like his voice sounded incredible, and yeah, it's a great show.
Fantastic. Hasn't he starred in some films as well, Roger Daltrey?
Yeah. Yeah, what was he in? He was in Tommy, obviously, for The Who. Yeah, I can't think what else he was in.
I can just remember him from the Highlander TV show. That's all I can remember him by.
Wow.
There's a 90s spy movie called Teen Agent, which he's in.
What was that?
But yeah, it's like a James Bond knockoff, but I really, really like it. It's one of those childhood favorites of mine, that movie. He's briefly in that.
Yeah. I remember there's a Simpsons episode with The Who, and I just remember that episode was hilarious.
Yeah,
the Who Huddle. Yeah.
I can remember that.
In a prison movie called Mick Vicker as well.
Oh yeah, Mick Vicker, yeah.
Right. Next up, we have, when the comments load up, DVD and Film Book says, I also saw my first Bruceploitation film. Films made after Bruce Lee's death to cash in by hiring an actor who looked like him with Fist of Fury 2. It was quite crap. I haven't seen it, mate, so I don't know. Have any of you guys seen it?
No.
News to me.
Game of Death, but I haven't seen Fist of Fury 2.
Yeah. The only Bruce Lee film I've seen is obviously Enter the Dragon, but I watched that as a kid, which probably wasn't a wise thing to do.
Yeah.
We have Brett here from Walk On Always Believe saying, watch you guys, hope you're all well. Hey Brett, hope you're doing well, mate, and thanks for joining.
Hey Brett.
DVD and Film Bloke says the bad dub was hilarious, so most of the dubs can be hilarious on these old films.
Yeah.
We've got Soph saying to Brett, hello. Right. Oh, right. Mike says, it's that time of the week where I always enjoy Andy's mini reviews. Andy, the bookshelf near the door, top shelf, 7th movie in, from the left-hand side. Give us a review, absolute legend.
7th movie in. Right, okay.
I think it was last week Mike asked us to do an impression or something. I had to do an impression and everybody else had to do one.
Yeah.
Okay, this is probably a well-known horror film, but it's George Romero's Day of the Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone seen this? I think we
Yeah.
all know how good it is. It's
Oh.
Tom Savini's masterpiece with its gore effects, and yeah, it's probably one of the best zombie movies ever made, but in my opinion. But yeah, Stay of the Dead.
Great artwork on it as well.
Yeah.
One of my
You enjoy? Pardon? You enjoy it, Scott? Do you?
one of my favourites.
Yeah.
Awesome. It's another one I need to see. Shocking, I know. We've got Carlos here saying, "Hi Pete, Rambo, Andy, Mike, and special guests." Hey Carlos.
Hey, Carlos.
Okay, my nickname's now Rambo. I don't mind that. I've been called Poldark and now I'm Rambo, so I'm not complaining. DVD and Film Bloke says also rewatch Beverly Hills Cop 1 and 2. Awesome. I still haven't seen them.
I actually don't mind the third one either. I think the third one's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Aren't they trying to do a new one? Beverly Kills Cop? What? Beverly Hills Cop 2, 3. Oh my days! This is the hot weather getting to me. But they're supposed to be doing a fourth one, aren't they?
I think so. Yeah. Hopefully it's nothing like Coming to America though. The second. I just feel like it's gonna do something like that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to go exactly down that route. It'll end up on Amazon Prime in a few years' time, I think.
Yeah,
that's what I wonder. It seems like Eddie Murphy can't really make a big, good comeback, can it? I think his last decent film was years ago.
That Dolomite's My Name's pretty good.
Yeah,
Is it? I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Oh, the last film I remember him in was probably the last Shrek film. We've got Brett saying, "Watch yourself." We've got DCR80 Gaming here saying, "Hello there." Hey, mate, thanks for joining. He says, "Excuse the Star Wars base greetings." Oh, that's brilliant, mate. Right. DVD from Film Bloke says, "Beverly Hills Cop 2 was surprisingly very enjoyable. Not as good as the first, but pretty close. I've heard the third one is crap."
It's not a good movie, but I do get some enjoyment from it.
It's kind of like a guilty pleasure, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
So they sound like all very entertaining films. I definitely do need to pick up the trilogy of it. I think you can pick them up quite cheaply, can't you?
Yeah, I'd have thought so. They might even be on YouTube for free or something like that by this point. They've been out for quite a long time. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, probably. Have you seen all three of them, Elliot?
I have, but it has been a very long time since I've seen them. So they're all a bit vague. I don't know which one is which. I remember there's one where there's a showdown on a Ferris wheel. I can't remember which one that was. If it's the first one, the second one, or the third one. There's a whole bit with a dog going on. They're all sort of blurred in my memory. But yeah, I do remember enjoying all of them.
Oh, that's good. And have you seen them all, Scott?
I've seen the first. I know it quite well because I used to watch it quite a lot when I was a kid. But it's on my average. But yeah, it's film for what I can remember.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Right. Next up, Winslow says, "We recently watched The Silent Partner with Elliot Gould. Surprisingly, I've never heard people talk about it. It's really underrated. I'd recommend it." Sounds good. Have any of you guys seen Silent Partner?
No.
No, I can't say I have.
That's another one for the watch list, Winslow, but it does sound good.
Yeah.
Right. Out of the Bruce Ploitation movies, the only one I kind of want to see is The Dragon Lives Again. We're not Bruce Lee teams up with Popeye, James Bond, and The Godfather. I'm not making this up. Wait, what? That sounds like a joke. Where's the punchline? Bruce Lee meets up with Popeye, James Bond, and Godfather. What happens next? I've got to check this one out now. That sounds absolutely brilliant. Have you guys heard of it and seen it?
No.
But I'm googling it as soon as this finishes.
Next up, we have the viewer Drew saying, "Hey, what's up? Hey, Drew, thanks for joining me. I hope you're doing well."
Hey, Drew.
Right. We have Brett here saying, "Wow, when the phone starts to play, I'm sorry about this. Must be the heat." We have Brett saying, "Watch yourself. Just learn to put at before the name to tag. Haha, sorry." I still didn't even know how to do that, Brett. We have Jules saying, "Evening, everyone." Hey, Jules. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, Jules.
Great to see you back on the stream.
Yep.
So it says Oh, yeah. Right. Mike says, "Pete, when you've seen most of Steven Seagal's filmography, which you're currently binging, would you do a ranking video? I'd personally like to see that. I have actually thought about doing that. I'm thinking about watching all of his good ones, then rank them, and then probably buy all his crap ones, and then watch them, and then just cry on a video saying I'll put myself through it." But there's been some fun, entertaining films. I did watch Machete with him in. There's quite a different turn for him being a villain for a change. That wasn't too bad. But yeah, I definitely will get into. I do want to do some more ranking videos. I haven't done one for a very long while. DVD from Film Bloke says, "I don't know if Game of Death counts as a Bruce exploitation, given it was released years after his death and used a lot of impersonations."
Oh, okay.
Haven't seen it.
I didn't know.
No, I'm just getting used to saying Bruce exploitation. It's getting really struggle to say that.
Yeah, it's quite often.
We've got Soph here saying to Brett, "No worries, you did put it, and I saw your message. Hope you're well." Yeah, great to see you here, Brett. We have Jules saying, "Evening all, especially Mr. Poldark." Hey, Jules, great to see you back. I've been called Rambo and Poldark. I wonder what the next one will be. AJ is here saying, "Evening all." Evening, AJ. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks for joining. Soph's asking Jules how she is. DVD from Film Bloke also says to Jules, "Hi, Jules. Great to see you back on the stream. I hope you're doing well." Yep, we all hope you're doing well, and it's great to see you back. Dr. Impossible is here. Evening, mate. He said, "Watched a film last night called Heart Beeps. Holy shit. Alan Arkush, director of said film. What the hell were you thinking? The robot makeup effects were superbly realised by Stan Winston. Evening." I have not heard of that one. I thought you were going to talk about Heartbeat, the TV show, for a minute. But have you guys heard of it?
No.
Yeah.
Nice. New to me.
You've heard of it, Andy?
I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh, what do you think of it?
Yeah. I actually really like it. It's a very sort of underrated sci-fi movie from the 80s. It's sort of about these two robots that live in this factory and they fall in love and try and escape the factory. Oh. And they're like the government's after them. I think Andy Kaufman plays one of the robots.
That sounds really good.
I quite like it. I think you can watch it on YouTube for free. That's how I watched it. But yeah, it's very underrated.
My phone is being absolute pain tonight. It's dreadful. I'm sorry about this. It's the hot weather. My phone is burning. It is. Oh dear. Sorry about this again. Right. Winslow says, Nicolas Cage films adaptation, Wild at Heart, Bringing Out the Dead, and Raising Arizona. I do have Wild at Heart, and I'm definitely looking forward to watching that one because I've heard that's really good. That's a David Lynch film, if I remember correctly, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a good Ridley Scott one called Matchstick Men, which is great as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll have to check that one out as well. Is it one where he's with a vampire? I can remember this poster art, and he's like underneath a car or something.
I think, is it the Vampire's Kiss?
Yeah, I
That's
think
the
that's
one.
the one you're thinking of. Again, it's
Yeah.
another unintentionally hilarious film.
Yeah.
It looks so bad it could be really good.
It's very quotable. I'll put it that way.
Oh, well, I'm sold then. Jason, the old millennial, says, I think Family Man is an underrated Nicolas Cage movie. Awesome. Haven't heard of that one. Walk on, always believe. Brett says, oh, okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. How are you, sir? We've got Carlos here saying, if certain actors didn't play their roles in these great movies, who would have instead? John McClane, John Rambo, and Martin Riggs. So who would play these characters if the actors never played them?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, I can't see anybody else playing Rambo but Stallone. It feels like that's who that's meant to be.
Yeah, I agree.
Anybody's got any ideas? I mean, I suppose you could say Arnie for John McClane or John Rambo, even though he wouldn't really fit, but...
Yeah.
I'm going to say Steven Seagal for all of them. Have been an interesting watch.
Yeah, that's a really tough question.
Is
Yeah,
Martin
it is.
from Lethal Weapon?
Martin Riggs is from Lethal Weapon, yeah.
Right. Maybe Samuel Jackson is Martin Riggs, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's a good one. Anybody else got any ideas? Mike, Andy?
I'd like to see Danny DeVito play them all, to be honest.
Yep, I think that's the best choice. Oh, Danny DeVito makes anything entertaining.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I'd probably say like Arnie for John McClane, because I think Die Hard was originally meant to be like a sequel to Commando. I think when they were first developing it, I think that was meant to be the idea. So maybe Arnie as John McClane, and I think as well with Rambo, I'm sure I read somewhere that apparently they wanted Al Pacino to play Rambo. So I'd kind of love to see that, and apparently he wanted to play him more as a madman or something. So yeah, that would be interesting. Al Pacino as John Rambo. Martin Riggs. I can't really think of anyone else. Like I just see Mel Gibson as Martin Riggs. I'm the only person that comes to mind is someone similar, like Kurt Russell or something. So yeah, I'd probably say Kurt Russell. Yeah.
I just need to go and answer the door quickly. I'm literally going to be 5 seconds. Carry on without me. I won't be long.
Worries,
sorry.
No worries. I'm just having an image now of Al Pacino running around with like a massive wig on and a gun.
Yeah.
Jill says, thank you, sir, for DVD and Film Bloke. Still not too well. Well, we hope you have a speedy recovery, Jules, and we're all here for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Self says, send in love. Comments have gone all weird now, unfortunately. Sorry about this. Right. Sorry about this. Technical issues. I did say about it before we went live, and now we seem to be having hordes of them. But Soph says to Brett, I'm doing well, thank you. We've got DVD and Film Bloke saying, how can you get that soon? Dr. Impossible says, and Heartbeat's makeup effects were nominated for an Oscar, but an American Werewolf in London won in '81, I believe. Oh, wow, so it must have been really good if it went up with American Werewolf in London.
The makeup in it's pretty good, yeah.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. Heartbeats. Brett here says, glad to hear. Jill says, I love the new Nicolas Cage film. Strange, though, very unusual. What unbearable weight of massive talent. It does look like a lot of fun. He plays himself, don't he? But like a Mick take on it.
pretty
Oh,
much.
cool. Jill says, "How are you, Soph?" AJ sub to both of Elliot and Scott's channels.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you. Cheers, AJ.
Dr. Impossible says 8mm strong stuff, but a worthy film for a cage. Oh, sounds good.
I think that's got in it as well, hasn't it? That one.
Probably has. I think I have heard of it before.
Yeah,
but
to be fair.
But for like a cage film, I really do like it when he goes over the top. It's just unbelievable. It is. It's just so much fun. But I did enjoy the other one. Is it Color Out of Space? That was really good. It's quite a trippy film, but I haven't seen the other one called Mandy yet. Has anybody seen that one?
Yeah, Mandy's a strange film. It's definitely not for everybody, but it's definitely unique for Nicolas Cage. I couldn't compare it to anything else that he's done. I didn't like it as much as everybody else did, but I still enjoyed it. I think it's worth checking out as a horror movie.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, we can also say that about Willy's Wonderland, where he doesn't say a single word.
Yeah, yeah.
We've got AJ's movie face here said, I went for a little trip to Hastings. So done a little Blu-ray video whilst there. Video up. Awesome. Check that out later. That's good to hear. Hope you had a nice time. We've got Radley Stark here saying, Hail movie maestros. Do you have a favourite Exorcist or possession movie aside from the obvious, like The Exorcist, Last Exorcism, or The Possession of Michael Keane? The Last Exorcism or The Possession of Michael Keane for me. So, what are some of your guys' favourite exorcism possession films? I think I've only seen The Exorcist.
Yeah, I was just wondering, does Poltergeist count, or is that a different thing entirely? Does it have to have the possession of in the title?
Don't think so. If it's got like possession or exorcisms in it, then it's classed as one of them sort of films. So yeah, you could say Poltergeist.
Yeah, I'd probably throw Poltergeist into the mix then. That'd probably be my one.
Good pick. What about you, Scott?
I think I'll probably have to go with Poltergeist as well.
Sounds good. Mike, what about you?
I might go with the first Conjuring movie. I do actually quite like that movie. I do think it's pretty solid horror movie. And there was another movie on Netflix. It's a Spanish horror film called Veronica. I thought that was a pretty good possession movie as well. Yeah.
Oh, sounds good. And what about you, Andy?
Yeah, mine always will be the obvious because I don't think that movie can be topped. Well, yeah, maybe Conjuring 2. I do like that film. It's got some creepy moments in it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike and Andy, for reminding me the Conjuring films are an exorcism film or possession film because I completely forgot. But yeah, I'll probably say one of the Conjuring films. I'll probably say the first one, but I do like the second one. And even the third one, I don't mind that one. I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
So says, I was in hospital last week, but I'm doing much better. That's great to hear, so. We've got Scotty's movies here. Evening, Scott. Hope you're well, mate. He says, Evening, guys. Hope you're well. What's your opinions on the Tremors movies? Obviously, first one is brilliant, but I've been working my way through sequels and quite enjoying them for what they are. That's good. Have you seen all the Tremors films, Andy?
I've only seen the first one. I had to go down after that.
You enjoyed the first one, though?
Oh, the first one's great. Yeah.
So much fun. Mike, what about you? Seen all the Tremors?
I've only seen the first three. First one's obviously great. The second one is pretty enjoyable. Like, not as good as the first one, but it feels more like a Jurassic Park movie. But it's still pretty good. But the third one, I thought that one was pretty bad. So that's where I stopped.
Sounds like a good thing. But the first one you really enjoy, of course.
Yeah, the second one's fun as well.
I'll have to check out the second one, then. What about you, Elliot?
I haven't seen any of them, which is a bit of a shame to admit. The first one it's so in the public eye and zeitgeist that I feel like I've seen it because I've seen so many clips and bits and pieces of it. Having never sat down and watched the whole thing through from start to finish, I feel like I have anyway. But I probably should sit down and check them out at some point. They're quite popular movies, at least from the people I've asked about it.
You're in for a treat with the first one. You're in for a brilliant treat with that one. What about you, Scott? Have you seen any of the Tremors films?
I've seen the first one. I believe I watched it on 4K I.M.O set for the first time.
Ooh, very nice.
Loved it.
Yep. Good 4K transfer?
It's really good actually. I'd recommend it.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I've seen the first Tremors one. I have the Blu-ray box set from Arrow. Fantastic film, love it. Great bit of old school monster movie action. Kevin Bacon's great in it. I have seen a couple of the later ones. One of them was on the Horror Channel, so that gives you all the hint on its quality. And I did pick up the fifth one, and I watched about half of that, and that was fine, but I was kind of bored of that. I just prefer to watch the first one, but I definitely will check out the second one.
Yeah.
Bradley says, just sub to the guests. We'll take a look later.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Thank you.
We have the 4K lowdown here saying, hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for joining, mate. Hope you're doing well.
Yep.
We have Rogue here saying, hey, I finally started Twin Peaks. I'm on season 2 at the moment. Loving every moment of it. Fantastic stuff, mate. It's a great series.
Love it.
Yeah. You recently went for it, Andy. What do you think of Twin Peaks?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I actually enjoyed the revival more than the original show. But yeah, I had a great time with it. Just thought it was fantastic. You know, if you like David Lynch movies and you want something to really sink your teeth into in terms of David Lynch, Twin Peaks is the way to go.
I agree. I've only ever seen the first 2 TV series. I do need to watch this revival. Have you seen Twin Peaks, Elliot?
Do you know, I haven't, but it's one that has been on my watch list for a very long time. It does pique my interest and it looks like something I'd really enjoy. It's just a matter of finding the time to actually sit down and watch it. But no, it does look great. And I'm a big fan of David Lynch's work. Even some of the stranger ideas I'm okay to roll along with. So yeah, I think it's meant to be very good, but I can't say I know much about it beyond that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And what about you, Scott?
I haven't seen it before actually, but it looks intriguing. I'll probably give it a go at some point.
Yeah, you're definitely in for a treat there. It's definitely a very out there TV series, but it's brilliant. Wow, the first 2 series are. But I know there's a film as well, isn't there? Fire Walk With Me?
Yeah.
Right.
Theme tune to Twin Peaks as well. That's quite good.
Yeah, I agree. That is a good theme song.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says to Soph, oh, by the way, how are you doing? My sore throat is gone. That's good to hear, mate. Glad to hear you're better. Still coughing a bit and my wisdom tooth has become more bearable. I'm still positive, but the second line is very faint. Good to hear you feeling better, mate. Take care. We have Oswald the Cat here. Robert Bresson's Pickpocket is out on BFI this week. A masterpiece that was the reason Paul Schrader wrote Taxi Driver. Oh, that's cool. I think I have seen it in a few like Blu-ray hunts, but I didn't really know what it was about. I'll have to give that check out. Have you guys seen Pickpocket before?
No.
No, news to me.
No. What about you, Andy?
It rings a bell. I'm not sure if I can remember it or not.
No. Thanks for joining, Oswald. Great to see you joining the stream. We have Rogue here saying, have you got anything in the H&V premium sale yet? I've got 6. Anybody's been ordering any premiums?
Not recently.
No.
Pardon? Haven't had any in a while, no.
No, no, because like they're on sale now for like 2 for 15 quid, which isn't too bad. I've ordered 2 today. I've ordered Flashdance and Fatal Attraction.
That's chance.
Good
Yeah.
combo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to watch them ones for a little while. I have seen Fatal Attraction many years ago, but I definitely wanted the premium version. And Flashdance, I'm just really intrigued.
Entertaining film.
Yeah. Have you got any recommendation, guys, for the premiums? Which ones to pick up? Which films you like?
Ooh, I mean, a personal favourite movie of mine that I'm always going to recommend to people is Whiplash. So if that's in the sale, get your hands on it. I think it's an excellent movie.
Here's a good film with Miles Teller. Do enjoy that one. You got any premiums you recommend, Scott?
Escape to Victory is a really good film. It's got Sylvester Stallone and Michael Caine in it.
Oh, was that the football one?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I've been intrigued about that one, but I'm not a biggest fan of football, so I don't know whether to get it or not.
Yeah, I'd recommend it. It's decent.
I'll have to give that one a shot. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, one of my favourites on the label is Innocent Blood. It's a vampire movie by John Landis. It's fantastic. Yeah.
I think I've seen the front cover of it. It's like a woman, like a vampire
Very
woman in
pale
makeup.
face. Yeah.
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 Yeah. I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. If it's from John Landis, it's definitely worth a go. And Mike, have you got any recommendations?
I'm just trying to think of them now, and I'm just drawing a blank. There is one. There's a movie called Gettysburg. It's like about the Battle of Gettysburg, but it's like you've got to like allocate some time for that movie because
That's
it's like
I've seen it's like
yeah.
4 hours, isn't it?
4 hours,
Yeah, I think it was originally meant to be like a mini series, but then they released it to the cinema. But it's a really good movie, and it doesn't drag, but it is a long one. So yeah, allocate some time for it. But it's a good movie.
Cast
That's
is
a good
amazing.
pick.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with the cast. Yeah, I remember watching it on TV, and it was spread over like 2 nights. It was like 2 hours and a half. But yeah, great film. My recommendation for the H&B premium one is, as the Elvis film's out, King Creole. I really, really enjoyed that. It's in black and white, but it's a really good Elvis sort of music film. Very good. And great transfer as well. We've got Carlos saying favourite James Caan film is Misery and Thief. I will probably end up being ordering Misery soon because I want to see what it's like.
It's very, very tense, a very tense movie. You'll be on the edge of your seat for the whole movie.
That's good. That's good. Is it a Stephen King novel, Misery?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right.
top stuff. We'll definitely
It's got
get that.
performances as well.
We've got Surf saying to DVD from Phone Bloke. I am clear of COVID, but still can't taste 100%. I went for a walk earlier, but I'm still very sore. Backache is a killer. I hope you feel better soon, Soph.
Yeah.
The Viewer Drew says, where does John Rambo rank in your favourite action movie characters of all time?
He's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's up there, probably top 5, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see why not. Yeah. I was trying to
It's
think
kind
if
of
there's
hard
anybody
just
else
to
who ranks
place him
above
without others. Yeah.
I'll
What
probably
about you,
put
Scott?
3 for me.
Yeah. Good pick. DVD and Fun Bloke says, wish you a speedy recovery. And Bradley says, hope you get better soon, Sophie and DVD Bloke. Absolutely agree. Dr. Impossible says, time to get Betty Blue. 37 Le Mantin. That was one hot film for a hot night in. Dare I Google that?
That's a good movie, but it's very depressing though.
Who's it?
It's like
What's it
French
about?
It's a French movie, and what I can remember, it's like this man and this woman who just meet, but they've got very conflicting like backgrounds, and It's kind of like a romance movie, but it's kind of dark in places as well. But it's pretty good.
Oh, that's cool. Have you seen it, Andy?
I haven't. No.
No.
I have to look out for it.
Scott and Elliot, have you seen it?
No.
No, I had the same thought as you, to be honest. I thought, should I Google that?
Seth says, thanks, Bradley. You too, DVD with Thumblow. Again, cheers, Bradley. Brett says, sorry to hear that, Seth. Try and alter in between a hot water bottle and an ice pack to improve circulation and cool down the pain and bite back stretching. Seth says, Brett, you are my guardian angel. We've got Mike saying, Pete, with that Amazon parcel you got before, are we going to get an unboxing of it live? Well, might as well. Oh, I'm not showing my address. No, that's good. That's good. Got it in one. Awesome. Right. It is the right thing. It is the right thing. I was worried for a bit. It wasn't the right thing. I thought it was a book. It is the Jerry Bruckheimer collection of The Rock, Armageddon, Con Air, Enemy of the State, Crimson Tide, Deja Vu, Gone in 60 Seconds, and Pearl Harbor.
Great set.
Yeah.
Yeah. I ended up getting that from Amazon for £8 because they gave me a £13 voucher because they cancelled my order of Machete Kills because the item got damaged. So they give me a voucher. So that was good.
Do you have a favourite film in that set, Pete?
Pardon?
Do you have a favourite film you've seen in that set?
I have only seen The Rock, Con Air, and Pearl Harbor. I've seen Armageddon years ago, but I can't remember much about it. But if I say film of what I've seen, I'd probably say Con Air at the moment, out of the 3 or 4 I've seen.
Good choice.
That Crimson Tide's good. That's probably my favourite from that set.
Is that with Denzel Washington in?
It is.
Oh,
Yeah. Gene Hackman.
cool.
Is it Gene Hackman? I think it's Gene Hackman.
Yeah.
Gene Hackman's in it, yeah, he is. What about you, Elliot? What's some of your favourite films out of this set?
It's probably not the best film on there, but I do have a real soft spot for Gone in 60 Seconds. I used to watch that a lot as an angsty teenager. Watching cars go fast, it's exactly what you need when you're a troubled 15-year-old lad at school. So yeah, be Gone in 60 Seconds.
Isn't that Angelina Jolie in that as well?
Yes, she is. Yeah, I think there's quite a few famous faces in it, actually, but it has been a while since I've seen it.
Oh, that's cool. And what about you, Andy? What is your favourite film out of that collection?
Is it Enemy of the State? Will Smith.
Enemy, yeah, Will Smith's in that one.
Tony Scott movie. Great movie. Yeah, I love that film.
Oh,
That's great.
awesome.
Yeah.
Probably will be watching a lot of them this week, considering the heat. Staying in, closing the curtains, watching movies, and trying to keep cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, don't blame me there.
Next up, we've got Paul from Magpie Movies saying, "Evening all, never fear, the Magpie is here." How the hell is everyone? Not too bad, just really hot, Paul. Hope you're doing well, man.
Well.
Right. Paul says, The Northman and Doctor Strange is out on Monday. Who's getting one or both? Andy, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm getting both. I'm getting Doctor Strange on Blu-ray and I'm getting The Northman on 4K.
Great. Is The Northman a really visually stunning film that'll really benefit from 4K?
Yeah. I can't wait to see what it looks like. Doctor Strange, I wasn't that keen on that movie, but I still want it on Blu-ray because I collect all the Marvel films anyway. But The Northman on 4K is like day one for me. Yeah.
It's good. Mike?
Probably not on Monday. I actually wasn't the biggest fan of The Northman, but maybe I just need to give it another watch. I will pick it up on 4K, but it'll probably be later on down the line. And yeah, probably the same with Doctor Strange.
Sounds good. Elliot?
The Northman, yes, I'm counting down the hours to pick that one up. But Doctor Strange, I wasn't too keen on that one either. And also I pay for a Disney Plus subscription. So it seems like a bit of a waste of money to go and get it again, personally, when I can just click the remote and put it on if I wanted to. So I probably will get The Northman, but probably not Doctor Strange.
Sounds good. And Scott?
I'm getting The Northman on 4K, definitely. Probably not Doctor Strange, as I haven't seen too many Marvel films, so probably best to catch up with a Marvel film before I get that one.
That sounds good to me. For me, now this is another film I actually watched over the weekend. I watched Doctor Strange over the weekend and I forgot. But yeah, I watched it on Disney Plus, and actually I kind of enjoyed it the second time around. So I will be picking up Doctor Strange on Monday. I know I've seen it, but as I collect all the Marvel films, I do want that in the collection. I'm very tempted to get the Northman, but I'll probably wait until it goes down in a sale. Probably pick it up when it's a tenner or something. Brett says, so I wouldn't say a guardian angel, haha, it's just me. I wish you the best in your recovery. Dr. Impossible says, Khan did a terrific film role in The Gambler. University lecturer gets caught in a web of intrigue and endless debt with the criminal underbelly. Paramount made this film and it's a hidden gem. That's cool. Isn't there one with Mark Wahlberg called The Gambler?
Yeah, there is.
Ah, is that one a remake of this, or are they two totally different films?
Don't know.
I'm not sure, actually. It might have been a remake, but I'm not 100% on it.
Yeah. Have you seen The Gambler, Michael, Andy?
No.
No.
I've heard of it,
Scott?
but I've not seen it.
No,
Scott
not
or Elliot?
heard of it.
I remember it being advertised, but I didn't watch it.
But I haven't heard of it either, but Scott James Caan in it, I'm very intrigued to watch it. He's a great actor, definitely after watching Thief. I'll probably see if it's on Paramount Plus, as I've got that for a month, and hopefully it's on there. Paul says, oh, and Love and Thunder will be streaming mid to end August. Oh, so only a month away. I won't go and see it in the cinema, and so that's not too bad at all. Yeah. Has anybody here seen? I know Elliot's seen Thor: Love and Thunder. Have you seen Thor: Love and Thunder, Andy? Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
Thoughts on it?
I thought it was okay
Mm.
for what it was. Little bit disappointing because of the talent behind it. But yeah, it's not one of the best. It's not one of the top tier Marvel movies. I think after sort of Spider-Man No Way Home, I think it's kind of difficult to sort of emulate that type of movie again, as it were. They're not. They're finding it difficult to achieve that sort of quality, I think.
Yeah,
that's
I agree.
just me personally. That's what I think. It's just, yeah, it was. Thor Ragnarok is still the best Thor movie, in my opinion. But this one is sort of like, it's in between Thor: The Dark World and the first Thor movie for me. It just sort of falls in between those two.
Yeah, that's fair enough. How does it rank on your Phase 4 rating?
In middle of the road.
Middle of the road, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. You seen it, Scott? No?
No, I haven't. I've only seen the first Thor movie.
And you haven't seen it, Mike?
No, I think similar to Scott, I haven't seen every Marvel movie, so I've been trying to work my way through them, like catching up on a few of them. So once I get all of them watched, I'll start on the more recent ones.
That sounds good, yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely give it a go when it hits streaming. I'm not going to go and see it in the cinemas if it's coming so soon. Edward's here, and he says, what's your thoughts on Marvel Phase 5 announcement? Fantastic Four casting and Ryan Gosling as Ghost Rider. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the castings personally myself because I don't really follow it. I just sort of go with the flow with Marvel.
Yeah.
I mean, Ryan Gosling's a great actor, but I think they've probably missed a good opportunity with Ghost Rider with some of the potential choices, like Keanu Reeves and Norman Reedus, and even Nicolas Cage. But yeah, it's not something I tend to follow closely.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Mike?
Yeah, I've not seen the announcement, so I don't really know much about it. But yeah, it'd be good to see Fantastic Four kind of in that universe. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Elliot?
Yeah, same. It's news to me, but I think there's been some ideas that the Fantastic Four will be coming at least sometime in the future. So I'm not too shocked to hear that. But Ryan Gosling as Ghost Rider, I can't wrap that round in my head. That just doesn't look right to me. But you never know. I'll give him a chance. Let's see what he can do. I like the actor. I can't see him in a Marvel movie. He doesn't feel like one of those actors to me.
No, but he's doing the Barbie movie, so we never know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. And Scott, what do you think of the casting announcement?
I'm not really too sure, to be honest. I don't really know too much about Marvel, so yeah, it sounds okay, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I honestly don't know who the Fantastic Four castings have been, so I haven't got a clue about that. But I did see just before going live about Ryan Gosling as Ghost Rider. I mean, quality actor. Yeah, I could kind of see it, but like Nicolas Cage, Keanu Reeves, Norman Reedus would have been perfect choices. Just seems very odd for Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, it does. I agree.
We have Josh here from Classic Reviews saying, "Hey guys, how are we all? Oh, not doing well.
Josh.
Hey Josh, not too bad, just really, really hot." The Viewer Drew says, "What movie franchise do you think is the most underrated?" For me, it's the Bourne franchise. It's very underrated, and even though the Fox X-Men movies have some misses, I personally feel people trash on them too much. That's fair dues. That's fair do pick. I do kind of agree with you there. The Bourne franchise is kind of underrated. I think if they kept it as a trilogy, it would probably be more well thought of. I think like Legacy and the Jason Bourne films was not necessary. I think if they just kept with that trilogy, more people would talk about it. But I think with the Daniel Craig Bond films, they've kind of took over them now, and there's not really much said about them. But what about you, Andy?
Oh yeah, it's a tough question. Underrated franchises. You know what? I'm going to go with the vacation movies. I think they're quite fun.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
Again, haven't seen them.
Yeah, I think the first one and the third one are probably the best. Four's probably the weakest, but they're still enjoyable and still entertaining. Yeah,
that's good. Mike?
I think I've said this one before on previous streams, but probably the Phantasm movies, horror franchise.
Yeah. Elliot?
This one's really hard. Every franchise that comes to my mind is either really highly rated or loved. So I'm a little bit struggling to think of one that's underrated. I'd probably cut a corner and maybe go with the X-Men movies by Fox. I don't hate them. The Last Stand isn't good, but the first two I think actually offer quite a lot and really did hit the mark. So I'd probably go for the X-Men movies from Fox.
That's good. I do agree there. What about you, Scott?
I'm going to say thank you to Mike for giving me inspiration for my answer, because I actually forgot about the Phantasm films before you put them, so I'll probably go with those ones.
Oh, that's good.
Cheers,
What's your
Mike.
What's your favourite out of the franchise?
Oh, maybe second one, but I love the first as well. Both excellent films.
I've heard a lot of people say the second one is just as good, if not better, than the first one.
Yeah, it is definitely.
Oh, I'll have to pick up the box set. Even though I've got the first one, I really enjoyed the first one myself. Well, that was a lot of fun. Underrated. I'm thinking about box sets I've got now. I'm going to say the Complete Sartana. I really enjoyed them westerns. They were a lot of silly fun. They were. Not many people have seen them. They're just silly, fun, enjoyable westerns. Not overly serious. Kind of feels a bit like a magician, to be fair.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, Or there's a great Cannes film called Freebie and the Bean. It's a buddy cop comedy and it's a great laugh. Picked it up on the Warner Archives release on Blu-ray. I think I've heard of this one. This was set like kind of before the buddy cop genre kind of really hit it off, I think. But I haven't seen it. Have you guys seen it?
No.
Heard of it, but can't say I've seen it.
Yeah, I think I watched something to do on YouTube about his films, and they mentioned this one. This one came out like a few years before Lethal Weapon and all the buddy cop dramas, comedies of the 80s. And they said it's a bit dated, but it's pretty fun. So I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. We've got Paul saying, so glad to have picked up Good Morning Vietnam and Lock, Stock today. Great pickups.
Great
Awesome.
film. Love those.
Yeah, I've seen Good Morning Vietnam, but I haven't seen Lock, Stock and Two Spoken Barrels. So I gather they're highly recommended. Lock, Stock.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's a good Cockney movie.
It's a classic.
Carlos says, Mike, good shout on the Khan movies about him playing the American football player, Brian Song. I just ordered a US release the other week. As far as I know, the only release for the Blu-ray. Oh. That's cool. Paul says, also managed to get the Elvis documentary, The Searcher, for like £3 from H&V. That's a brilliant price. Have you guys picked that one up, The Searcher?
No.
No.
I got that a couple of weeks ago from H&V. It was like $2.99, I think. It's like a 3.5 hour documentary. It's really interesting, but it's a very long watch. You get the Blu-ray, the DVD, and you even get a CD with it with some songs on. So that was quite cool.
I'll have to get that at some point and give it a go, I reckon.
Yeah, it's definitely worth a go. And it'll probably be buy one get one free, as most of the H&V sale stuff now is buy one get one free, even like the clearance.
That's
wow.
cool.
We've got Brett saying, have you seen Kung Fu Hustle and Shaolin Soccer? The English dub makes it hilarious, especially Kung Fu Hustle. I've not seen them, but Shaolin Soccer sounds like a fantastic Saturday night in.
Yeah.
We have Matt V Movies here saying evening. Evening, Matt. Thanks for joining.
Hey, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
We have the 4K Lowdown saying, hey Pete, I now own my first 101 Films movie, Johnny Metamorphic. It's beautiful artwork and a good Blu-ray transfer. I have seen that about and it kind of looks good. That's a Keanu Reeves film. What's it like, if any of you've seen it?
I've not seen it, but I've heard it's not that good. But I was actually going to pick that up because it was in my local CEX for like 15 quid, and I think it normally goes for 25 quid. But as soon as I went there, somebody had already got it before me, and I was like, damn it.
Oh, that's a shame.
So yeah,
I see they're doing a standard release of it now. It's coming out next month.
Yeah. Yeah, I've not heard great things about it.
No, I haven't. But probably if it's cheap, I'll probably pick it up.
Yeah.
We have Rogue here saying Netflix is making Beverly Hills Cop 4. Oh dear.
Probably won't be then.
Oh dear. What do they do? Get Eddie Murphy out of retirement home and say we need you to be a cop again? We'll run out of money. Oh dear. Right, Jason, the old millennial says, I feel like there's a thin line sometimes between horror and thriller movies. Do you consider Jaws, Psycho, and A Quiet Place to be horrors or thrillers? What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I think I'd probably put them all as thrillers, to be honest, because I don't think I've watched those three movies, and I don't think I can honestly say by the end of them I've been scared. But I've been very much entertained. You know, a thriller is probably more entertaining than scary.
That's true.
Whereas, like, like horror to me is like Hereditary and Exorcist and those type of movies that really unsettle you and make you just feel like, well, that's going to keep me up tonight.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I feel like the difference is whether or not it's tense or if it's scary.
Yeah.
That's where the line is for me as well.
Yeah, that's fair enough. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think Psycho is probably the only one that maybe leans towards horror. But Jaws, I know a lot of people call that a horror movie, but I don't know. I'd say it's maybe more of a creature feature, but then I don't know if it's quite that either. I don't. It's kind of hard to place Jaws in its own genre. Quiet Place. I don't know if that's. It's been a while since I've seen Quiet Place. Like I can't remember the origin of the creatures. Like I don't know whether to put that in sci-fi or maybe that's a bit too far. But yeah, I'm not too sure.
And what about you, Scott?
I think I'd put Jaws as a thriller because I don't. It's not really that creepy, but it is a good film, but it's just not that scary. So probably put that as a thriller. Quiet Place probably maybe leaning towards horror, but could be classed as a thriller as well. But Psycho I would class as a horror film for me.
Yeah, I think like Jaws is like a mishmash of genres, but definitely is like very creature feature orientated. Psycho definitely probably coming up to horror, and I honestly do think Quiet Place is kind of a horror as well because the creatures, when you actually do see them, they are quite horrific.
Yeah.
We have Mike here from Did You See That? He says, Day of the Dead is awesome, and so was your mini review, Andy. Always love seeing another movie in your collection. Have any of you guys recently had any comments on your videos and how you handle them?
That's a good question, that.
I just block and delete them. I don't even respond to them.
Don't read them. Just block them, delete them, ignore them. If you respond to them, you're giving them what they want. So yeah, it's just best to delete and move on.
Yeah, I've had them recently, and it has been getting me down. But I do delete them. I did reply to one of them. Probably shouldn't have done, but I just delete them now. It's the best thing to do. What about you, Scott?
I haven't had any nasty comments, but I have had a few weird ones that I've had to block.
Yeah. And what about you, Elliot?
I've been quite lucky. I haven't had anything too nasty. Sometimes they just disagree with something I say, but it's never been really violent or vicious or anything like that. So I've mostly let it slide if it's if it's just a matter of disagreeing. So I've been quite lucky, but yes, I completely agree. If it starts going too far, name calling, things like that, just block, delete, get them out. It's not needed. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help the channel. And as Andy said, you're actually just playing into their hands. It's exactly what they want you to do.
Absolutely, yeah. I do occasionally have these funny comments. It's like somebody writes it in like a foreign language, and then when you Google Translate it, it's like, oh, that's a lovely dress you're wearing. It really shows off your eyes. I'm like, what? We've got the 4K lowdown saying to Jason, the old millennial, good question. I actually have Psycho as a thriller and Jaws and A Quiet Place as a horror. It's fair enough. You can definitely see him as both. All them films as either one.
Yeah.
So I think horror is one of the most subjective genres. I'd say horror and comedy, because we all laugh at different things and we all get scared by different things. So it's down to you, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, I can add two other films to the horror list. Mrs. Brown's Boys and Harry Hill the movie. We have Euphoria Pictures here. Keith saying hello to all. Hope everyone's doing well tonight and looking forward to the stream. Thanks for joining, Keith. Hope you're well, mate. Looking forward to yours and John's stream on Friday night, I think. That's going to be great. So everybody check Keith's stream out with John on Friday night.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Oh, comments have gone all weird. Just give us a second. Oh, dear. Right. We have AJ Ford here saying, hey, everyone. Hey, AJ. Thanks for joining.
Hey, AJ.
We've got Dr. Impossible saying Evening Keith. Yo to AJ says Mike. Brett says, did you know James Caan Thief is a trilogy of remakes? First is Lee Malvin's Point Blank. Second remake with James Caan's Thief. And third remake with Mel Gibson's Payback. Oh,
I didn't know there was a, to be honest.
didn't you?
No. I've seen Point, so I thought it was a really good film.
Yeah. I've seen Point Blank before. I've seen it quite recently, and I kind of see the similarities there. I know it says on The Thief it's based on a book. It is. I can't remember what the book's called, Home Invasion or something. So probably they are all based on that film. Book, should I say. What about you, Elliot?
No, I didn't know that. I recognise some of them, but I can't say I've seen them. I feel like I've heard of Mel Gibson's Payback before, but haven't seen it. So no, it's all news to me.
Mike?
Yeah, I didn't know either. Yeah, I've seen Point Blank. I think that might be on the premium collection.
Yeah,
It's on the premium. That's the one I've got.
Yeah, and the Payback, I've seen that, but it's been a very long time. I can't really remember much of it.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I didn't know they were all remake of the same source material, but yeah, I've seen all three movies. Really good. I think Thief's probably the best one, in my opinion.
Yeah. What's Payback like? Because that's the only
It's
one
enjoyable.
I haven't seen.
It's enjoyable. Yeah,
dark, isn't it? From what I can remember, like quite dark and quite violent.
I don't know if Mel Gibson has like a weird accent that he's doing in the movie, because it's like when he starts to talk, it's like Mel Gibson. That's not Mel Gibson. That's not his normal voice. But yeah, it sort of didn't sit well with me, that. But I did enjoy the movie as a whole. I thought it was all right.
I'll have to check that one out. Right, we've got Marvel fan here saying, hey guys, how are you doing? Hey Marvel fan, thanks for joining me. A few minutes ago, I just watched a full-length trailer for Rob Zombie's The Munsters. I am 50-50 on it, so I'm leaving until it gets released in cinemas. Have you guys seen the trailer for The Munsters?
Not the trailer. I did see a teaser for it, though, where they showed them coming through the door as they would in the introduction to the show. And I thought it looked okay, but maybe still a little bit past its sell-by date, if you know what I mean. It feels like it should have come out 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah. Anybody seen the trailer today?
No.
No. I watched the trailer today. It looks absolutely awful. The only good thing about it is probably the guy who plays the grandfather. He seems to be like very similar to the old guy who used to play it in the original. The bloke who plays Herman doesn't even sound like him. He doesn't even really seem that good. And the woman, I can't remember what the female character's called, but isn't that supposed to be a Rob Zombie's wife?
Yeah.
Is the wife in it called Lily or something like that?
Yes, Lily. That's the one. Yeah. Oh my days! I couldn't stand her in the trailer. I was like, oh no, that bad. It honestly doesn't feel like a cinematic release. It honestly looks like one of these fake fan-made ones that they slap on YouTube. I mean, if it goes to streaming, I'll give it a watch. It certainly is going to be an experience, I think, but we'll have to see what happens. It comes out in September.
Yeah, they kind of just look like really expensive cosplay, as opposed to actually looking organically like they're supposed to look.
Yeah, they just don't look really right. I did in the trailer. It's supposed to be set up as a prequel. It is before the TV series as well, like how Herman and but it looks like it's set in modern times, so it just like kind of completely messes it up. You know the scene in Venom 2 where Venom does like a karaoke beatboxing thing? That's got a scene like that in it.
Oh no.
And I'm just like, I saw that, I was like, yep, I'm out. We've got Carlos here saying, I'm with Andy, Beverly Hills Cop 3. The theme park idea was different and enjoyable, but not as good as the first two. But I agree, I dread a fourth film could end up like coming to America too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard not the greatest things about the new one. I know it's on Amazon Prime, but I'm not that bothered.
Yeah.
Winslow says, what was your favourite film from the year you were born?
Edward Scissorhands for me, 1990.
Ooh, great pick. Love that one. What about you, Mike?
I'm just looking now. From what I can remember, I was born in 1990, and it was. I don't think it was the greatest year for movies, in my opinion. So Edward Scissorhands is probably one. Oh, maybe Misery. Yeah. Yeah, probably Edward Scissorhands or Misery.
Sounds good. What about you, Elliot?
I'm doing this off the top of my head. I'm not actually sure if this did come out in '94. Something's telling me it might have came out in '95, but I'm going to go for Toy Story. I think it might have come out in '94, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, that sounds good. And what about you, Scott?
Maybe Shrek off the top of my head, 2001.
Oh, classic film. I love that film. That's great. I do prefer the sequel a little bit more, though.
Yeah, sequel's great.
Yeah. For me, I'm checking on 1996, and I'm probably going to have to go the film that I've only watched just recently, and that's The Rock. I could go the original Mission Impossible, but I just think the later ones are so much better, so I'm going to say The Rock.
Good choice.
Marvel Fan says, I pre-ordered Monsters Go Home on Blu-ray, which is out in 12 days. That is one of the films they did with the original cast back in the day. I can remember watching that one years ago. I think, if I remember correctly, it might be in colour. So that's pretty cool. I'm going to gather that might be on Network, Marvel Fan. Oh, I might have to check that one out. Dr. Impossible says, you're not having hot flushes as well, Pete. I know it's a woman thing, but the weather does some strange stuff. Maybe your neighbour might come out and cut the grass at 1 a.m. Yeah, he did last night, I think. I think about 3 o'clock he cut the lawn. He's out there in the dark and he's got like a little flashlight on his little cap so he knows where he's cutting. DVD from Film Bloke says, after you've watched all Steven Seagal films, Pete, you should listen to his music career. Wait, what? He's got a music career, and I've only just found this out.
Yeah, he's a blues musician, isn't he?
Is he?
Oh, I'm sold. I'm sold. I'm going to get the album. Oh, is he very good?
I've never listened to him personally, so I can't comment.
No. Is he going to be like Corey Feldman with his latest music?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so I know what I'm listening to Spotify later. Steven Seagal music. Oh dear, thank you, DVD from Film Bloke. You've introduced me to something new. Marvel fans saying hey to Soph. Right, Mike says, if you guys had a chance to write a Terminator sequel set after number 2, all the other installments were gone, how would you make it work?
No pressure.
I would say go back to basics. Try and do a reimagination of the first Terminator for modern audiences.
Yeah, I can understand some of the decisions they made for Terminator 3, making a Terminator a woman, and you can see all of the new, fresh ideas, but they just aren't executed well or even anywhere near to their best potential. So I think you could easily take some of the ideas from the third one, sorry, but you definitely need to expand on it and make it a better cohesion to the other 2 movies as well.
That does sound good. What about you, Scott?
I have no idea, to be honest. I don't know.
Knock on James Cameron's door with a massive check and say, please make a good Terminator film again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike, what about you?
I'm not sure because I think after the second one, it's difficult, really. I think if you were to do it similar to the first two, I think you'd just be like repeating a lot of the same things. So I think the only thing I could think would be to actually set it during the actual war, but just make it better than Terminator Salvation was. Yeah, that's all I can really think of.
That's a good idea. Try and do something different because, like, the first Terminator and the second Terminator are quite different in tone and genre to each other.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
I don't think you can improve on number 2 at all, to be honest.
I think it's a perfect ending, to be fair.
It doesn't repeat the first movie, but it kind of does. But it puts enough of a twist on it to keep you engaged and keep you interested with switching the roles around with Schwarzenegger being the hero.
Yeah.
It's perfect. You just can't improve on it. You can't add to it. As far as I'm concerned, Judgment Day ended there. When, it's you just can't do it.
The third one is fine, I suppose, for what it is. Salvation, I didn't mind Salvation. I think it's probably the best out of 3 Salvations. What's the other one? Genesis.
Dark
Oh,
Fate.
that was awful. That was awful.
Yeah, Dark Fate as well.
Yeah. I watched Dark Fate, and honestly, first half an hour of it, I was like, is this even a Terminator film? It didn't really feel like one, but that was all right, I suppose. But I think the Terminator series as a whole is kind of dried up now, and they should just leave it alone. But I've heard the TV series, the Sarah Michelle Gellar Chronicles, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, is pretty good. Have you guys seen that one?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Not seen it, but heard good things about it.
What did you think of it, Mike?
I think there's only 2 seasons, and the first season is really good. The second one wasn't quite as good. I think that's the reason why it got cancelled. But I forget the woman's name, but she was in Game of Thrones. She plays
Lena
Sarah
Headey?
Connor. Yeah, she was pretty good as Sarah Connor. Yeah, it just kind of acts as like an alternate sequel to the second movie. It was, but the first season's pretty good.
I'll have to check it out. Dr. Impossible says, terrific recommendation, Winslow. Christopher Plummer is magic in that film, The Silent Partner. Oh, definitely will have to check it out. Did you see that? Mike says, if you had to direct a sequel. Oh, we did just go through this all, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we did, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just reworded it a bit differently. Brett says, can you guys name films from A to Z for a fun challenge? Anybody want? Shall we just pick one from A and pick one from Z, or we'll be here all night?
Arachnophobia.
Good pick. And what for Z?
Oh.
Zoolander.
Yeah.
I've got to go Zoolander 2. I mean, it's quality, that is.
Fuck off, Pete.
We've got Josh here saying, I started watching a show today called Yellow Jackets, and I have to say I'm hooked. I'm only on episode 1, and I'm so invested. That's cool. I've never heard of it. Have you guys seen it?
No, I've
Heard of it, but never seen it. Yeah.
Oh, that's good you're enjoying it, Josh. David Beach says, have you guys seen the Elvis film? I haven't seen it. Andy, you've seen it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought the start of it was a bit iffy, but yeah, I really got into it. Second and third act.
That's great. Mike, have you seen it?
Not yet, no.
No. Elliot, you've seen it?
I have, yeah. I went in with a real low bar and walked out incredibly surprised. I thought it was really good and very thorough as well. I felt like I'd learnt something about Elvis as well.
Oh, that's good to hear. I heard there's apparently a 4-hour cut somewhere, so there's even more out there,
I
which is
could believe it
unbelievable.
easily, yeah.
And have you seen it, Scott?
I have. I agree with Andy though. The first act was not that great. It was okay, but it wasn't great. But second and third acts were absolutely incredible. I loved it.
Sounds good. Cannot wait for it.
Yeah, it's a good film.
Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on a possible release of Thor Love and Thunder, the 4-hour director's cut in the future for home media release? Oh no, not another film for a 4-hour cut.
No. Please no.
Oh dear. You don't approve of a 4-hour cut of that?
No.
There's probably going to be 2 hours extras of them screaming goats.
Yeah.
Oh. Right, we have the 4K lowdown saying Bob Odenkirk for John McClane, Keanu Reeves for Rambo, and Gal Gadot for Riggs, just because I like her. Oh. DVD and Film Bloke says, not going to lie, Nicolas Cage would play a good Willy Wonka.
I'm picturing him in that. Sorry, Pete. I'm picturing him in that boat scene from the Gene Wilder one. That just sounds terrifying.
I'm just imagining him now singing "World of Pure Imagination." Oh my days! Get rid of Timothy Chalamet, whatever his name is from Dune. Just get Nicolas Cage in. No. Dr. Impossible says, Charlie Sheen for me as Rambo. I've always imagined what he would be like with a stretched chicken. Can you imagine that? This is from Hot Shots Part 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do need to see that one. That's another one on the list. Right. Carlos says, Arnie for John McClane, De Niro for John Rambo, and Bruce Willis for Martin Riggs. Might get close to playing a crazy Riggs. Oh. Very good picks. Winslow says, last film you watched that you would consider a masterpiece.
Ooh, that's tough.
It is a hard one. Well, I suppose Out for Justice is a masterpiece for Steven Seagal, but not in a proper masterpiece term. I'm going to say Thief. I really enjoyed that one. I'm pretty certain I gave it a 4.5 or 5 on Letterboxd. I just thought it was superb. That and Drive.
It's a bit of a cop-out. As I mentioned earlier, I very recently revisited it, and it was Whiplash. I think that film is superb. But if I'm chucking something else into the mix, it's tough to say. No, that's it. I'll stick with Whiplash. That's a safe bet.
That's a very good bet. Fantastic film.
I love that film.
Yeah, Miles Teller and J.K. Simmons. Superb.
Definitely.
Yeah. What about you, Scott?
I think the last film that I saw that I really loved was probably Top Gun Maverick, I think.
That's a good pick. Very good pick. I bet it was incredible in the cinema.
It was such a great experience, yeah. Really enjoyed it.
You're going to be getting that on 4K?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Probably day one purchase for me.
That's good. That's awesome. Andy?
I rewatched the Indiana Jones movies at the weekend as well, and I've got to say, Last Crusade is exceptional. That's
I agree.
As much as Temple of Doom's my personal favorite, but Last Crusade as a movie, as a film, is nothing short of a miracle. Perfectly ends that trilogy. No, not talking about the fourth one, but yeah, it's it's a perfect ending.
Yep, I completely agree with you there. Last Crusade is my personal favourite, then Temple of Doom, then Raiders, then a long way down is Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I can't really think of any first-time watchers that I can like recently that I'd consider masterpieces. So I'd probably just have to go with I rewatched the Godfather movies, and the first two had masterpieces for me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, very good picks, very good films, and a brilliant set that you got. I think Andy got it as well, didn't you?
Yeah, the 50th anniversary set on 4K. I still haven't watched them on 4K yet. I'm gonna have to. I think you've got to like set aside some time for the Godfather movies.
yeah,
But yeah, I'm looking forward to checking them out on 4K and seeing that new cut of the third one as well. Seeing what that's like. Yeah.
For me, it really improves the movie. Yeah, especially the ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't say any more than that.
Yeah.
Didn't they re-release this like Godfather again? It was like a separate release they released not long ago for just the third film. They renamed it, didn't they? Oh.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's that new cut. But yeah, I remember when that came out, I just thought, like, you just know they'll do a 4K box set of them all soon. So I didn't get it at the time.
Oh, I'll probably have to pick up the Blu-ray version of that if I see it cheap. Edward Kopic says, what's your thoughts on John Krasinski not being playing Reed Richards in the next Fantastic Four movie? So what do you think of him not playing Mr. Fantastic? What do you think, Andy?
I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity, really, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of difficult to talk about this because of the previous film, but yeah, I think casting him as Mr. Fantastic would be a fantastic choice. No pun intended. But yeah, I think it would be a missed opportunity there. If they cast him in a Fantastic Four movie, I would love to see Emily Blunt as the Invisible Woman as well.
Yeah,
I think it's just too good to pass up.
I agree. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know too much about it, to be honest, but I do like him. So yeah, I mean, if he's not going to be playing him, then yeah, it does sound like a bit of a missed opportunity.
Elliot?
Yeah, I'm not 100% shocked by the news. A part of me did think they might do this, simply because Marvel very rarely listen to the fans when it comes to fan casting. They'll see it and they'll ignore it and do their own thing 9 times out of 10. So there was a part of me that thought, I don't think this is a permanent decision. I think they're doing it for just this little treat for the fans to say, there you go, you can have this little moment here. But I agree. I think it's a missed opportunity because it makes that moment a little bit more complicated to understand now that it's different actor now. So yeah, I think it was a good choice and they probably should have just gone with it. But like I say, I wasn't that shocked. I did think they're not going to listen to the fans. They very rarely do.
Yeah. And what about you, Scott?
I can't lie. I can't actually remember which character that is in the Fantastic Four films.
Yeah. Isn't that the stretchy one, isn't it?
The stretchy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, be a good choice to be fair.
Yeah. It is fan casting and it's perfect choicing. It is perfect choicing, and after whatever it makes sense they do it, but I don't understand why they're not doing it. It's a shame, but who are they going to get instead? That's what I want to know. Who would they get instead of John Krasinski to play Reed Richards? Probably Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah.
I'll just pick somebody completely random. But then, to be fair, Marvel have done quite well with their casting, I must admit. They have picked, I think pretty much everybody has been perfect for the roles that they've been assigned. Probably bar 1 or 2. So hopefully in Marvel we trust, dare I say.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yeah.
Before we carry on, I just wanted to quickly say I might have to go in a minute. Is that okay?
No worries, mate. I completely understand.
Okay.
I'm I'm also running out of time. I can probably go for another 10, 15 minutes or so, if that's okay.
No worries, mate. No worries. I know you did say that you had to leave about 9:30. That's no issue at all.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure
Thanks.
to have you both on here. You're more than welcome to come on the stream in the future. It's been a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, definitely.
No worries. It's been a pleasure. We've got Carlos here saying Dirty Harry, Han Solo, and Officer Ripley, alien actors and actresses, second choice. If Eastwood, Ford, and Weaver hadn't played their roles, who would play them?
I'd love to see Jim Carrey playing Dirty Harry, just because he does a really good Clint Eastwood impression.
Yeah, and he's in the Deadpool, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what about
that's
for
a
Han
tough one.
Solo? Mm.
I think I don't know if I'm making this up, but I swear someone told me that Christopher Walken was very nearly the actor to play Han Solo, and I would love to see that. That would be incredible.
Yes, I agree there. Can I say Lady Gaga's Ripley? Oh no, I honestly don't. Who'd think for that? Helen Mirren.
Yeah.
Dirty Harry. Kind of Christopher Walken, maybe. I don't know. And Han Solo. Sean Connery. Bit too old, probably, but. What about you, Scott? Can you think of any?
For Ripley, I'd probably have to go with Linda Hamilton. Maybe I think she'd be great as that character.
Very good choice. Got
Not
any
sure.
others, Scott? What about you, Andy?
I would probably back in the day, if we're talking like original Star Wars, Kurt Russell as Han Solo.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's great casting.
I agree there. We have Dr. Impossible saying Michael Winters, the Sentinel, the priest in the apartment, was possessed by Satan, and the apartment was the gateway to hell. Even Chris Sarandon from Fright Night gets in on the action. Ooh, sounds very good. Carlos says Dr. Impossible Fright Night original getting a 4K release. I see that.
Yeah.
That looks that's good news. I actually
That'll be
had my copy of Fright Night delivered today on Blu-ray.
Yeah,
So I'm looking forward to watching that.
That's another movie I'd say would probably be a masterpiece for me.
Yeah.
That good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen Fright Night, Elliot and Scott?
I've only seen the very bad remake from the early 2010s, and I'm imagining it doesn't even come close to the original.
Oh, wow. What about you, Scott?
I have seen the first one and the second 80s film as well. I've seen.
Yeah, you've enjoyed them?
Yeah, both really good films. I used to watch the first one quite a lot when I was a kid. So
Cool.
it's 4K.
Yeah, that'll be good when it comes out. I think it's coming out later this year.
That's cool.
Winslow says, really need to see Pickpocket. I've only seen one Bresson film, which is A Man Escaped, which is a great film. Fantastic. Dr. Impossible says, sounds good, Eastwood. I've still got the Columbia TriStar DVD, so the 4K will be on the hit list. Very cool. Rogue says, I've ordered Macabre and Miss Miller, Badlands, The Hidden, The Adventures of Robin Hood, Running on Empty, and Death Trap. And I know Andy will be approving of Running on Empty.
Yeah. All five of those are great movies. Well, 6, I should say. Yeah, fantastic. Running on Empty's probably my favorite River Phoenix movie. Death Trap's very entertaining. Badlands is fantastic. The Hidden's a great sci-fi movie. The other two are pretty good as well. But yeah, Running on Empty's great.
Yeah. I've seen The Hidden. I thought that was a very good sci-fi from the 80s. A lot of fun. And I've seen The Adventures of Robin Hood. I think that's one with Sean Connery and Audrey Hepburn in it.
I believe.
It's Errol
Errol
Flynn.
Flynn.
Errol
Is
Flynn.
it? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I'm thinking of a different one then.
For a movie from the 30s, the colours in that movie just look extraordinary. It just pops so much. Even the DVD I've got of it looks great. So I can imagine what the Blu-ray must look like.
Death Trap's the one with Christopher Reeve and
Michael Caine.
yeah, I picked that one up at the weekend. That looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Death Trap.
Awesome. What's your opinion, Mike, on these movies if you've seen them?
Yeah, I've seen them all apart from Death Trap. So yeah, I might have to pick that one up soon. But yeah, the rest of them are all really good. Yeah, there's not a bad one in the bunch.
That's good. Elliot?
The only two I don't know is McCabe and Mrs. Miller and The Hidden. The others I have seen and I enjoy, but I have a bit of a gripe with Badlands, and it's only because when I was doing film studies, I had to watch that movie a nauseating amount of times in writing essays and everything on it. So that film makes my head spin a little bit, but all of them are very good.
That's great. And what about you, Scott? Have you seen any of them?
I've seen Badlands and Running on Empty. I preferred Running on Empty, but I enjoyed Badlands as well.
Awesome. Yeah, Death Trap and Running on Empty are two that I want to get from the H&B sale. Winslow says, have you guys picked up anything in the Prime sales? I've got the Jacques Tati Blu-ray box set for £31, good price. I look forward to delving into his filmography. Did I pronounce his name right? I think I did.
I'm not even sure.
Have you picked up anything, Andy?
Nothing. I tried to have a look today, but there was nothing that's really caught my eye.
I must admit this year that, well, I don't really know like previous years, but there isn't really a lot on there. I know like some of the Disney stuff they've reduced to $7.99 instead of $9.99, and Belfast has gone to $7.99. So it's good prices, but I've either got them or don't have very much interest. But what about you, Mike? You picked up anything?
No, nothing. I had a look. There were a few things that caught my eye. I think there's a few Indicator limited editions that are on sale, but I decided to kind of hold back and just save my money. I'm not desperate for them.
What about you, Elliot? Have you picked up anything?
Not anything recent, but maybe towards the end of last month, I got my hands on Akira on Blu-ray and Goodfellas on Blu-ray, and I'm ashamed to have not got my hands on them sooner because I love both of those movies, and they were both at reduced prices. So I very quickly snatched those up while they were still there.
Sounds like a great deal for two great films.
Yeah.
Have you picked up anything from the Prime sale, Scott?
I haven't. No, I haven't had a good look, to be honest. But I'll probably have a look tomorrow, maybe.
I think the sale finishes tonight at midnight.
Oh, does it? Oh, never mind.
I stayed up at midnight and had a look, and I was like, oh, is that it? And then when I got up the following morning, somebody put on Hot Deals UK, you could pick up the Friday the 13th collection for £17, and I missed it. I would have got that. That wasn't a too bad a deal. I mean, I got this here, which isn't actually on the Prime deals. I got the Blade trilogy for just about a tenner. I've got the Harrison Ford 5-film collection for a tenner, and I've got the Mad Max collection coming tomorrow for a tenner on Blu-ray. So not too bad. I've been wanting to get them for a little while, so I'm happy with that. We've got Carlos here saying Dodge Impossible, but still Fright Night 2 only has a Spanish release. We need a UK release. I've heard that's good. You enjoy that, don't you, Andy?
Yeah, I think it's a solid sequel. Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't think it's as good as the original, but it's definitely worth a watch. Yeah. Really enjoy it.
I know you said you enjoyed it as well, Scott, didn't you?
Yeah, I was a fan of it when I watched it, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. And you've seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I really like it. It's like as Andy said, it's a solid sequel, and that Spanish release, it's actually all right. Like transfer runs pretty good. Yeah.
If I like this first one, I might have to pick up the Spanish release of the second one.
Yeah, it's not that expensive. It's normally about like £10 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty reasonable. And you've seen it, Elliot, or not?
No, I've not seen the second one. I need to get diving into this franchise. I don't know much about it at all, unfortunately.
It's a vampire film, isn't it? Yeah, they are vampire films.
Yeah.
A Rogue says Escape to Victory is amazing football film. Escape to Victory is an amazing film. Football is only a minor plot point. Oh, that's good. I'll have to pick it up. And Stallone and Michael Caine. I'm sold.
Yeah, it's a great film.
That's good. Isn't Pele in it as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. We've got Radley here saying, if you could only keep one movie franchise in your entire collection, say an alien held you at laser gunpoint and made you chuck all the others, what would it be? Maybe Saw or Alien for me. So if you could only have one franchise left in your collection, what would it be, Scott?
Easy Rocky franchise for me.
That's a very good pick. Fantastic series.
Yeah.
That's solid. What's your favourite Rocky film?
The third one.
Third one. What's your least favourite?
It's got to be Rocky 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a bit of an unfortunate one, but 4's a lot of fun, isn't it?
4's great, yeah. I've always loved 4.
Yeah, it's the most entertaining one. Did you watch the director's cut he done last year?
I did. I thought it was fantastic. I loved it.
Yeah, it was a pretty good version. I kind of wish they'd done a physical release of it, but they haven't.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. What about you, Elliot?
It's probably the wrong answer, but it's the fan in me that's telling me to take Star Wars. Only because I'm a diehard fan and I'll never get tired of it. So that would be why.
Yep, that's fair enough. I'm going to gather you'll be watching the original trilogy the most, not the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, that would be the plan. Force Awakens doesn't exist in my mind. I try to pretend it isn't a real thing, but yeah.
That sounds brilliant to me. Mike?
It's a really, really hard question, but I'd probably have to say the James Bond franchise, just because I can't imagine living without License to Kill. So, yeah.
Well, it's a huge franchise, so there's plenty to watch there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a very good pick. What about you, Andy?
I would probably have to say the most watched series of films that I own, Back to the Future.
Fantastic.
I never get
another
tired of
solid
watching
pick.
those on repeat.
Yep. Yeah, they feel like one long film, essentially. You
Yeah.
watch one after the other. Yeah. For me, I'm going to say the Dirty Harry series. I really enjoy that series. I think every single one is really solid. I think the first two are like superb, near 5 out of 5 films. Third one's very entertaining. Fourth one's good. And the fifth one is just so dark, it's fun.
Yeah.
Especially the Welcome to the Jungle bit with Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rogue says, I recommend The Wrong Man in the H&V Premium Cell. It's one of Hitchcock's most underrated films. Oh, didn't know it. One of his films was on that. I'll check it out. Winslow says, H&V Premium recommendations are McCabe and Mrs. Miller and Barry Lyndon. I do have Barry Lyndon, but I haven't seen it yet. That's like 3 hours long, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, very long movie, but pretty good, actually. I quite liked it.
Yeah. You enjoyed it, Andy?
Yeah. It's I don't think Kubrick's made a bad movie. Really, to be honest, I think he smashed it in nearly every genre. But yeah, Barry Lyndon's a good period movie.
Yep. And Scott, you enjoyed Barry Lyndon?
To be honest, I didn't
Yeah.
enjoy it. Sorry.
That's fair enough, mate.
I like the filmmaking aspects to it, but it's a bit too long for me.
Yeah, I can understand that, yeah. Dr. Impossible says, is David Lynch still doing those bloody weather forecasts from LA, Mike? It's 36 degrees and I found my ear outside my LA house. God knows who this strange ear belongs to. Probably the Crash Man.
Yeah, I think he was doing that on Instagram, possibly. He was just like, yeah, I don't know, doing like weather reports or something. I don't know why.
Will we be seeing him on BBC weather forecasts soon? I don't understand why he's doing a weather forecast. Oh dear. Dr. Impossible says, Eastwood, I think Fright Night 2 has rights issues blocking it from Blu-ray release in the UK similar to The Blob. Oh, that's a shame. Winslow says, Pete, I noticed you don't have favourites set on your letterbox. If you did, what would your 4 be? Oh, I didn't know you could set like favourites. What's this, like 4 favourite films?
Yeah. It's like it goes on your profile page.
Right. I'm thinking, this is a hard one. I'm going to pick Empire Strikes Back, Dirty Harry. Oh, that's a hard one now. That is a real hard one. Probably Parasite. Oh. And probably Captain America, The Winter Soldier. I just love that film a lot. It's very hard just to think of 4 on the top, but I will definitely edit my Letterboxd account, Winslow. Thanks for reminding me. I'll have to check out that.
I'm gonna have to make a move now, if that's okay, guys.
No worries, Elliot. It's been great to have you on.
I think I'm going to have to go as well, unfortunately.
No worries, Scott. No worries.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. It's been lots of fun.
It's been an absolute pleasure talking to the pair of you. Thanks so much.
Thank you to everyone watching as well. It's thank you for those who've liked and subscribed also. It means a lot.
Yeah.
Don't forget, both the channels are in the link in the description down below. Go and give them both subs. Fantastic channels and top guys. Thanks for joining, you two. You take care.
Thank you. I'll be sure to check out your guys' channels as well. It's been lovely chatting to you.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
See you later. Have fun, guys. See you soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
And then there was 3. Right. Carla says, cheers for that info, Dr. Impossible. I guess the Spanish release of Fright Night 2 is the way to go, even though it's likely a grey market release. So you said it's pretty good, didn't you, Mike?
Yeah. Pretty good. Transfer, yeah.
To check out. We've got Gary, the Blu-ray addict here, saying, hey all. Hey, Gary. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Gary.
We've got James here, Jim Jam Movies and TV, saying, hey, guys. Great to see you all. Great to see you, James. Hope you're doing well, mate.
James.
Dr. Impossible says, I think most people have the Spanish release Eastwood, TriStar release Fright Night through the Vista organization and have no idea who actually owns this film. Sony certainly doesn't. Isn't that means that a Disney release and Fright Night? If it's through the Buena Vista organization. Because isn't that what Disney owns?
I think it's Sony that owns that.
Is it? Oh.
I think so.
Shame there's so many rights issues. I gather years ago, because there were so many different studios and they wanted to make films made, they all had their fingers in the pie, shall I say. And it obviously makes it more harder these days. James says, have you seen Gamer with Gerard Butler?
No.
I haven't seen it either. I'm going to gather it's like one of his action films. I'm going to gather he's not sitting in front of the TV playing Grand Theft Auto, but sounds interesting. James says, quizzes are coming soon. Oh, that's great to hear. Definitely missed them, mate. Dr. Impossible says, Fright Night 2, not Fright Night. James says, have you seen Mac and Me yet? Unfortunately, not, James. I think the hot weather's torture enough without watching Mac and Me. But it is on the watch list, and I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to sit for it, and I'm going to hopefully enjoy it. I probably will end up enjoying it more than E.T., probably. It'll probably just make me want to have a McDonald's. James says, what's your favourite Clint Eastwood film? you want to go first, Andy?
Sure, yeah. I think one of mine's probably a lesser known one. It's A Perfect World, Kevin Costner.
Okay. Yep.
I just love that movie. I just think it looks gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's just a fantastic sort of criminal on the run type movie. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Oh, I got that one recently because you were on about it before, Mike.
Yeah.
I picked it up on DVD, so I need to watch that one soon. What's your favourite, Mike?
It probably just about just ahead of Dirty Harry, probably. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that movie. And another Western I really like by him is Pale Rider. I think that's a really, really good movie.
Yeah. Good
But there's
pick.
so many to choose because,
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood's got just great films.
Yeah, I could easily pick about 10. There's so many
Yeah.
great films. I could say any of the Dollars trilogy, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, or could say Dirty Harry, but I'm going to say Tightrope. I really enjoyed that. I thought that was a big surprise. It was like a giallo set sort of thriller, and Clint Eastwood was quite a dirty bugger in that one.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that. I was like, oh, I'm glad I watched
Yeah.
this one alone.
Yeah.
And another one, Play Misty for me. I really enjoyed that one as
Yeah,
well.
that's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. James says, do you own any VHSs?
Fair few.
How many do you think you own?
Probably about 100.
Yeah, good amount. That's a good amount. What about you, Mike?
I've got like a lot like stashed away in like attics and stuff. But the only one that I've got out in my collection is a VHS of Reservoir Dogs because it's kind of like a boutique release. It's got like numerous things with it. But yeah.
I think I remember seeing that in like your room tour video or something.
Yeah.
It's quite a nice sort of set.
Yeah.
I do have VHSs. They're upstairs in the loft. They've been up there for 20 odd years, so they're probably absolutely buggered now. But there's probably about 50 of them, I'd say. Mostly tweenies and noddy. Carlos says The Gambler is a decent character piece that James Caan played. There is an imprint Blu-ray release. It's a remake that Wahlberg done. Ah, right. Oh, thanks for clarifying that, Carlos. I definitely will check out the original with James Caan. James says I'm working but sneaked off to say hi. Oh, thanks ever so much, James. Hope your shift goes well. David says, hey, Jim Jam, movies, TV, keep up the good work, mate, on YouTube. Absolutely. You did a live stream last night, mate, and that was really good. Comments have gone absolutely weird now. Just give us a second. Right. David says, what's your favourite Disney movie and Disney Pixar movie? So animated and Pixar.
I have to say the Lion King for the Disney animated one and the Pixar one, Toy Story 2.
Yeah, solid picks. I would say, I'm going to say Lilo and Stitch, or Aladdin, or Toy Story 2 or Up, for me. And Mike?
Yeah, probably Toy Story 1 or 2. Both of them are great. Animated, yeah, probably The Lion King.
Yeah, so iconic, such a great film. Steve071's here. He says, hey guys, what's your favourite Kurt Russell comedy?
There's one
Could
movie
I just say
from
Big
him.
Trouble in Little China? Oh, sorry, you go first,
Yeah.
Mike.
Oh, sorry. There's one movie that it's not a very good movie, but I do kind of enjoy it, and it's called Captain Ron.
Captain Ron, yeah.
Yeah.
Captain Ron.
Yeah, he plays like a I don't know what you call him. Like
He's
kinda
like
a pirate or something.
He's like a pirate. Like, I don't want to say tour guide, but like a
a tour guide on a boat.
Yeah.
He looks like a pirate because he's only got like one eye and like
he's
an
got
eye
like all
patch.
these dreads on it, hasn't he? And
yeah, it's not a very good movie, but it does make me laugh, in parts. Yeah.
Oh, I'm now seeing it on here. My word.
It's got a good cast
What does
to
he
it.
look like?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
it is
dear.
quite funny.
yeah. Overboard's pretty good. Like,
Yeah, like
I
Overboard.
haven't seen that with Goldie Hawn, is it?
Yeah.
She's in it.
Mm.
Oh.
yeah. But if there's what, it's not a comedy, but it really does make me laugh and smile. Is Tango and Cash.
Yeah,
Like
Oh.
that movie is just so fun.
there's something about Kurt Russell, like when he can be quite funny, even when he's not really supposed to be, or his movies aren't supposed to be, but they just are.
Yeah. There's a bit in Big Trouble in Little China that always makes me laugh, where I think there's the bit where they're like trying to pretend to be like phone repairmen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kurt Russell just walks in with the telephone, holding it up to people's faces. It's like that's the. He's like, yeah.
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 People just believe him. Like, yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I'll definitely have to check them ones out. I know Overboard's quite popular, isn't it? That's from the 80s as well.
Yeah.
For me, it's Big Trouble in Little China. Typical answer because I haven't seen many, but he's fantastic in that one. He plays such an, shall I say, incompetent hero who isn't really the hero of the story, shall I say?
Yeah. I think people always say that his the other character, like his partner, is like he's like people
hero.
consider him like the main character, and Kurt Russell's the sidekick.
Yeah.
Where that statue just falls on him, and he's like pinned for like the whole fight.
Yeah. I remember there's a bit where he like shoots at the ceiling, and like parts of the ceiling comes and it just knocks him out, and everyone's fighting, and he's just like unconscious on the floor.
Fucking love that movie.
Yeah.
David Beach says, what film would you like to be made into a live action? I'm going to gather, what animated film would you like to be turned into live action?
Emperor's New Groove.
I'd like to see it for the llama, yeah.
Yeah. Just they'd really have to capture the comedy with Yzma and Kronk, because they are hysterical together.
Oh, they're the best thing about the film.
Yeah.
It's just, whenever they went to them in the film, I was just, love it.
Yeah.
I could say Atlantis would be quite interesting, and Treasure Planet would really benefit from like modern technology to create like this world they were trying to build like 20 years ago. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd probably just have to say something like Emperor's New Groove.
The 4K Lowdown says, underrated franchises for me are Wreck, out of Spain, and Cold Prey, out of Norway. For US underrated, I'd have to go with Lethal Weapon. That's fair enough. That's good picks. I've only ever seen the first Wreck. Loved it, but I don't know how many other ones they've done. I think they've done about 3, didn't they?
I think there's 4.
Oh, wow.
The second one, it's okay. It's very similar to the first one, but not as good. I think the third and fourth, I haven't seen them, but from what I've read, I think they're not found footage. They're just like, normal filmmaking style. But yeah, I've not seen them.
Yeah. For me, it kind of just feels like the first film just works as a one-off film and doesn't really need sequels. Has anybody heard of Cold Prey, out of Norway?
Heard of it, but I've not seen it.
Dr. Impossible says, nice one, Eastwood. I had to settle with The Gambler on Region 1 disc back in the early 2000s. Another worthwhile watch with Calm was Sliver, made by MGN, directed by Howard Seif. Convict, hidden cash fun. Oh. Haven't heard of that one. Have any of you guys heard of it?
No, it's
No,
The Gambler.
I can't say I have.
Carlos says, Dr. Impossible, I do have Feeble and Bean. It's a fun 70s cop buddy movie with Khan and Alan Arkin before the 48 Hours and Lethal Weapon movies were made. Sliver's one I've considered. Dr. Impossible continues to say, did you ever see Peter Hayam's films called Bustin' with Robert Blake and Elliot Gould? That's a fun watch, and you can see a little of Lethal Weapon, and Bustin' Donna must have seen the film. Oh, that's good. Have you
I can't
guys
say
seen
I've
that
seen
one?
No.
No.
David says, hey, keep up your good work, YouTube, mate, Magpie Movies. You should do an update on your Blu-ray and 4K in your collection. I enjoy your videos. Yep, absolutely. DVD from Funblock says, surprisingly, I have not had a bot comment yet. Those foreign language ones, if I did, instant delete. I keep the foreign ones. I just think they're absolutely hilarious. Some of the translations are, but I just like and leave them.
Yeah.
Bumpers Movie says Sicario 1 and 2. I haven't seen them yet, but I've heard good things about them.
Pretty good. I prefer the first one because it's obviously got Denis Villeneuve at the helm.
Yeah.
Emily Blunt's in the first one. It's fucking great, that movie.
Awesome.
The opening sequence is like, whoa, yeah.
I've seen the opening sequence of the first one, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking. You've seen them, Mike?
I've seen the first one, and yeah, really good movie. Not seen the second one. I kind of felt like it was a movie that didn't really need a sequel.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, but
Yeah, that's
I've
what
not
I
seen-
kind of think.
Yeah.
Carlos says, haha, Dr. Impossible, I do have the US Kino release of Bustin'. Ones I haven't seen yet. Bumpers Movie says he picked up Sicario 1 and 2 4K box set on £20 on Amazon. Good deals. Thoughts on these movies? That's a great deal, that is.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
We've got Matt here from Vengeance Media. What's going on, guys? Hey, Matt. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hope you're doing well, mate.
Matt's coming on next week on the stream.
Awesome.
Dr. Impossible says, Eastwood still heard Bustin' on pre-sale rental VHS on Warner Home Video. Plays well for a 4-year-old tape, but do have Bustin' on MGM MOD disc. Awesome. 4K Lowdown says hello to Matt. Carlos says, we might forget that Thief was an early movie directed by Michael Mann and was a stylish way it was shot with music and shots similar to his Miami Vice series and Collateral with Tom Cruise. Yeah.
Did he do Manhunter as well?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Fucking great movie. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think if I remember correctly, Thief was a bit of a flop when it came out. It did quite well over here in Europe, but then Michael Mann went back to doing TV because he did some Starsky and Hutch beforehand, didn't he? Before making some films, and then he went on to make Miami Vice. Did he direct the film that came out in early 2000s as well?
Yes. It's not great, that movie, in my opinion.
I've seen it. It's fine, but it's nowhere near as good as the TV series.
No.
I still need to see Collateral. I've heard amazing things about that one.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah.
DVD from Film Bloke says, for me, it's probably 2000 being American Psycho. Good pick.
Great film.
We have Blue Harvest Toys here saying hello there. Hey, mate. Hope you're doing well. Dr. Impossible says, Eastwood, do you ever see Michael Mann's masterpiece TV series made to 88-89 called Crime Story? If you haven't, find it and watch it. It's stunning and brilliantly acted and written. Sounds good. The 4K Lowdown says, okay, I'm really old, guys. Born in 1970. There's only one movie I like from that year, and that movie was Patton.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think 1970. I think it was quite a slow movie, a slow year for movies.
Yeah.
I can't really think of much from that year.
I think you've got you've not got much. MASH, I think, came out.
Yeah.
70. I want to say the Aristocats as well.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it's very early 70s. Yeah.
It was a slow year for movies. 70.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Well, 71, it just took off. Like 71, there was just loads.
Yeah.
Yeah, not many. I think you've got the original Railway Children love story, and that's probably the only ones I've actually seen. Kelly's Heroes as well. Yeah, and aristocrats, you are right. Aristocrats, whatever they're called. We've got 4K Lowdown saying, and now I guess I need to take a nap. Well, I hope you have a nice rest, mate, and thanks for joining the stream.
I think he might be referencing his age there.
Obviously.
Yeah.
It must be, it's the heat. My brain's completely gone. But Matt says, what's going on, 4K Lowdown, buddy? Carlos says, did you see that? Having Arnie to return as a cyborg assassin like in the first movie, I've always felt they should have gone with that and him as the hero in the third film. Marvel fan says, Monsters Go Home is released under Fabulous Films, which is distributed by Universal Pictures. It is in colour, but the poster of the film is on Licorice Pizza's DVD and Blu-ray menu. Oh, awesome. Might have to check that one out. Carlos says Dr. Impossible Crime Story with Dennis Farina is that one good crime series before TV shows really got big. I remember hiring them on VHS. I'm showing my age. Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on James Cameron giving up directing Avatar films after Avatar 3?
Considering all the work he's put in over the last 10 years, it seems a bit weird that he just suddenly stepped down.
Has he realised that they're not very good and like, I better move away from it?
He kind of sounds like a hungry guy going into a buffet. It's like, yeah, I'm going to finish all this, and then it's like, oh,
yeah.
It's like, yeah, I don't know.
It's definitely not giving me much hope for the Avatar franchise now, if we call it that. If he's given it up, he hasn't directed a film since Avatar in 2009, and he's spent every waking moment producing this world of Avatar. And if he's not going to commit to it, it is kind of a shame. It is, but
the only good thing is if he does step down, he can maybe go to work on the Abyss and True Lies 4Ks, or even just Blu-ray releases.
Hopefully so. Or he'll just be a marketing man for Avatar, this new amazing world we've created and invested heavily with characters and a story that will keep you gripped to the next chapter. I don't know what the next film, what Avatar 2 will be about story-wise. It's just like, I don't know. It'll be visually stunning, but will it have the story to back it up? That's what worries me.
Yeah, completely agree.
Edward Kopic says, what's your favourite Natalie Portman movie?
This one probably doesn't count because I think she's only in about 2 or 3 scenes, but probably Heat.
Yeah,
she's in that. Yeah, that's true.
But other than that, probably I really like Leon. The first time I saw it, I didn't really like it, but when I rewatched it, I loved it.
I still need to see that movie.
Yeah,
Luc Besson, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, let me see what she said. What about you, Andy? What is some of your favourite films?
Mine is I'm a big fan of Zach Braff's Garden State.
Oh yeah.
Like I really dig that movie. I think it's a really good indie movie. She's just like kind of like this quirky character in it. Just really like her in that film.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I've never heard of that one before, but
Mars Attacks as well.
That's a good one.
Everyone on the planet is in that movie.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. For me, I'm going to say V for Vendetta. I really enjoyed that film. Well, that was great. And I'm also going to say Black Swan just for one scene, even though I haven't seen the film. I've just seen that scene.
Yeah.
I think I know what you're on about.
4K Lowdown says, still Leon the Professional for me. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, yep, that's it. Used to watch on ITV late night back in the early 90s. Shameful that Crime Story never got a third season. So good. Awesome. Matt says, watched Ambulance the other night and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Best Michael Bay movie since Bad Boys 1 and 2. I kind of agree. It was a lot of fun. I had a blast with it. I thought Jake Gyllenhaal was way over the top in it, but he looked like he was having a lot of fun. That Yaya guy, Mateen the second, I thought he was really good in it, and you did kind of care for his character, and the action scenes were incredible. I know he made a lot of fuss over the drone shots, but I thought they were kind of cool. I thought they kind of added to the film, kind of a gimmick, but it added to it. A little bit too long at over 2 hours. If it was an hour and 40 minutes or just under the 2 hour mark, it would have been better. But yeah, solid 4 out of 5, I'd say. Good film. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I think it's it's entertaining. It definitely is. The 4K of it looks exceptional. I just, yeah, it's Michael Bay, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's it's tough.
Not
There's
Shakespeare, but it's entertaining.
there's always something stopping Michael Bay from being great. I think he's his own worst enemy when it comes to making movies, because he just has to shoot himself in the foot sometimes with like either really crap humor or just really over the top set pieces. I think he'd make a great action consultant as opposed to a director, but there's always something stopping his movies from being great, in my opinion. I think the ones I can sit through and watch, you know, without any sort of qualms, are probably The Rock, first Transformers, the first two Bad Boys I can get through, and this ambulance one's really good. But with everything else he's done, he's just sort of missed the mark for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, ambulance it looks great. It looks great. You know, I can't take that away from it at all. But yeah, I thought the movie was just okay.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the better ones, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely one of his most better films, especially after the later Transformers.
Yeah. Given it's Michael Bay, you know, ambulance is not it's not garbage. You know.
No.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? Have you seen it?
No, I've not seen it. Yeah, I think similar to Andy, I think I've not really got much desire to watch it just because I'm not really the biggest Michael Bay fan. I can't knock him as like a director because he knows how to, you know, make like good action sequences and technically very good movies. But I've just never really liked him much as a director. But if it is sort of like a return to form for him, then I'll probably check it out at some point. But I'm not really in much of a hurry.
Yeah. I watched it on stream, and it was a good Saturday night film, and that perfectly describes the film. But definitely way better than any of the Transformers films, especially that second one. Oh, I hate that one. Dr. Impossible says, I remember coming out of the cinema after T2 and people were dead silent. People were just blown away by the effects works and the ending. Even the early liquid CGI blew me away. It's still the best. It still holds up very well today, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's a classic movie. Both of them are superb. It is hard to choose between both of them. I kind of go with the first one just that little bit more, probably because Arnie is just so good in it, as he's like so relentless. But both perfect films. Do you agree? Like, which one's your favorite out of the two, Mike?
I mean, for me, they're both 10 out of 10 movies. It's really, really hard to choose. Maybe T2 just beats the first one, but I still really love the first one. It's too hard to choose.
It is a very hard decision to make. It's like Alien and Aliens as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
For me, it's the first one. I just love that movie. I know the effects in it, you know, you can debate whether they hold up or not. But T2 will always be one of the best sequels ever. It always will be. But I think what T2 gets right, which the first movie doesn't, is the effects. It uses practical and CGI the correct way.
Yeah.
It knows when to use CGI, when you can't do things practically, because there's some scenes with the T-1000 which are practical, and they don't need to be CGI, whereas today it would be.
Yeah, that's true. Very true there.
Yeah, it's just it's a cracking film. Can't knock it at all.
Yeah.
It's just the best sequel. I'd always, if ever I watched Terminator, I'd always slap Terminator 2 on straight after.
Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, they're just so good. And to be fair, that's where the series ends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carlos says, last masterpiece I watched was a Korean movie, Memories of Murder by Bong Joon-ho. And I don't normally do subtitled movies. Better than Parasite, in my opinion. Anyone else seen that? I haven't seen that one, but I have got it in that box set. And I definitely do want to watch it very soon. I've heard it's great. You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, it's really, really good. I don't think it's as good as Parasite, but I still really like it. I was actually thinking about it the other day, and I want to give it a rewatch. But yeah, it's a great movie.
Awesome. You seen it, Andy?
I've not. No. It's definitely one I'm gonna seek out.
It reminds me.
Everything I've seen of his, I've enjoyed. Like Parasite, Snowpiercer. Didn't think the host was too bad, but I'll have to check out Memoirs of Murder.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Zodiac, David Fincher's film.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's a fucking great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got Dr. Impossible here saying, thank God for Gene Wilder. Absolutely. Great actor. Sadly missed.
Yeah.
David says, what box set is it would you like to come out on 4K or Blu-ray to get a complete collection? So what would you like to get a 4K or Blu-ray release?
Ooh.
There is something, but I can't remember what it was.
I'd say just for the fans. I mean, I'm personally not too bothered, but I would just love people to just be able to go into a shop and buy a Halloween box set.
Yes.
An affordable one, a decent one with all the movies in, because I think the fans deserve that.
I would second that one, because it is very hard to find a complete collection of Halloween unless you shop online.
As much as those, the Scream Factory 4K releases are stunning, I just think an affordable £30 Blu-ray box set for all the Halloween movies would is what's missed, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If they put that out when the new film comes out, that'll fly off the shelves. Yeah. There'll be a consumer-friendly price, and a lot of people will pick it up.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
So you can get these on Blu-ray, but I'd love to see the box set on 4K, and it's the original Planet of the Apes movies. I think those movies have the possibility for them. I think they could look really, really nice in 4K.
That's good.
I'm surprised the first one hasn't even come out on 4K.
Yeah, that is a very odd one. You kind of thought they would, but there you go. It seems to be strange. I know they do like to release the first film out on 4K to kind of test the waters and then release all the other ones.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be nice if Disney gave it another shot and actually released the Pirates of the Caribbean films in 4K properly. I've heard the 4K version of the first one is absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, so I've heard, yeah.
And David says, what Disney would you like to come out? Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, the last film I watched that what I would call a masterpiece was Akira Kurosawa's Dreams. It's a film that doesn't get talked about much, but it's a truly visual feast for the eyes. I have heard about it. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah.
I've not seen it, I don't think. I've seen a few of his movies, but not Dreams.
So what did you thought of it, Mike?
Yeah, I really liked it. It's not really got like a narrative or anything. It's basically just like an anthology movie about dreams, basically people having different dreams, and yeah, it's a very visually stunning movie.
Sounds good. Peter's here and he says, yeah, thanks for joining, Peter. We've got Rogue here saying, trying to complete my Sydney Illuminate collection. Awesome. Sounds good.
Yeah, great director.
Edward Coppock says, "What's your guilty pleasure movies?" That's a good one.
There's a lot of sort of mid 90s movies I like kids movies that I went to cinema to see when I was a kid, and they don't hold up, but they are still movies like I really enjoy, like Mouse Hunt, Flubber, Beam, even Spice World the movie. I actually quite enjoy for what it is.
I was thinking Spice World the movie as well. Yeah.
Not a good, by no means a great movie, but I still find it entertaining.
Yeah.
Flipper, Indian in the Cupboard, there's The Borrowers, all those types of like mid 90s kids movies that I just enjoy. Get a kick out of.
Sounds like some great picks there. What about you, Mike?
I'd probably have to say Batman and Robin, because I know it's a bad movie, but I get so much enjoyment out of it for all the wrong reasons, I suppose. But yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. What am I thinking? A lot of the video game movies from the 90s, they're pretty bad. Mortal Kombat isn't too bad. It's a lot of fun, but I'm thinking of Street Fighter. Oh, Double Dragon as well is pretty bad, but it's kind of entertaining.
There's a bit in Mortal Kombat which me and Mike just absolutely piss ourselves at. Yeah. Johnny Cage is getting off the boat.
Oh,
and he's got all the suitcases,
and no one's doing anything to help him. I just fucking love that scene.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know which one you mean. Yeah. I have seen the other one, the second one. Oh, that's dreadful. No.
Oh yeah. Oof.
Yeah, the second one's something, isn't it?
Yeah, they had more money and it looked worse, and it was like it was directed. The actors were horrendous.
Have you seen the trailer for it?
No, I haven't seen.
It will give you epilepsy.
Well, I'll avoid that one.
Yeah.
I hated the fact that in the second one, I know this is probably spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen it, but just the fact that Johnny Cage just dies in the first 5 minutes of the movie, and it's just kind of like.
Yeah,
I was just so disappointed because he's my favorite character.
Yeah,
I'm the same. I was just like, "Why you can't kill him off?" I was just like, and they were just like, they continue with the movie, and it was like, I'm done within 5 minutes.
I know it's not even the same actor playing him, but still.
That's what's so distracting about it as well. It's just it's 50. It's like 70% of the cast have been recast.
Yeah.
It's just, I remember seeing Raiden and I was like, who the fuck's this? This is not Raiden. Then he gets a makeover halfway through the movie.
Yeah.
It's amazing for as much money they put in that film, more than what they put in the first one. It ended up being a worse version, worse looking. It ended up feeling like a film they put on the Horror Channel. Rogue says there's quite a few deals on Criterion's in the Prime Day sale. I've seen a couple on there, but there's not a big deal. I see Marriage Story's £21, but that's not a big saving, is it? It's only a couple of quid.
It's still a lot of money.
It's a nice set, the Criterion of it, but yeah, it's still a bit. I always find Criterion pricey though.
Yeah.
I looked at the weekend and they've released Shaft on Criterion, and it's £26, £25.99.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's the H&V premium version right next to it, and that's £14.99, or now 2 for £15. You better off just getting that.
Yeah.
I think they even do a trilogy of them you can get for 15 or £20 on Blu-ray. Carlos says, movie face-off. Preferred movies, guys. Mississippi Burning versus Black Klansman, Close Encounters versus E.T., or Reservoir Dogs versus Jackie Brown.
Quite an easy one for me, this actually. Black Klansman, E.T., Reservoir Dogs.
Cool. Mike?
Yeah, mine's exactly the same.
Oh, really? I have actually seen Black Klansman, but I haven't seen Mississippi Burning, so I'll say Black Klansman. E.T., yeah, go on. And I have actually seen Jackie Brown. I have seen that one, and I do like that one. That's the one with Pam Grier, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do quite like her as an actress. I think she's really good. Dr. Impossible says, Jesus, Pete, Lady Bloody Gaga's Ripley? How about Tommy Cooper's Kurt Russell's character in Big Trouble? Just like
Oh, can you imagine? That would be amazing.
Yeah. Oh. Right. Peter says, I need to get the Hidden and a few more of those Warner archives, but they're always so expensive. I did manage to get Innocent Blood cheap, though. That's good. Yeah, I don't know what they're like over at yours in Sweden, Peter, but like we have them on the premiums. But the Warner archives are American versions, aren't they?
Yeah.
But I do wonder about the H&V premium range. I wonder whether they're going to stop doing them because they haven't announced any new titles, and the new titles, like Running on Empty, only come out a couple of months ago, and they're on the offer.
Yeah, that is true.
What number is the last one? Was Running on Empty in the last one?
I think it was 151 or something like that, wasn't it?
See, if it was like they were finished on 150, I could understand that. But
Yeah. But if anyone from HMV is watching my video about titles that I want to see on the premium collection, please put those out because I want those on Blu-ray.
What was I going to say? But I know, like, with Jamie's latest shop blog, his H&V's reducing their Blu-rays. What they're doing, a bit like my local one, they seem to be focusing more on like music, gifts, and like all that food stuff.
God,
It's losing its touch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely is. I mean, another thing that's making me think that is like with this H&V premium sales, like they're reducing the new titles. Also, this sale that they've got like 70% off titles. Then they're doing buy one get one free on them, and that's just giving the stuff away. It's just making me wonder whether they are just going to do like the main new titles and just a few popular titles, and that's it. It's a worry, and I think they're shooting themselves in the foot if they do that. I know they've got online, but I do want to go into H&V to pick up a film. You'll probably end up picking up something else as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, ordering stuff is great, but there's something magical about going into the shop and buying it and taking it home. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's
like
really
an
good feeling.
adventure.
Yeah.
But you'll go in there, you'll see, oh, they've got this new title, and then you just quickly look at the sale titles. And oh, that one's on. Oh, I'll get that as well, and then you'll probably see something else. You can easily spend loads of money there. Where if you go online, you can probably pick one, and you'll probably get some recommendations, and that's it. Rogue says the only bad Kubrick film is Fear and Desire, but I give it a pass as it's his first flick or first film.
I think it's quite short, that one as well, from what I remember.
Yeah, I think it's like 60 minutes or less, maybe. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty short. Rogue says, when I saw The Hidden, stated Kyle MacLachlan in it, sold me as I'm a huge David Lynch fan. That's what sold me as well.
The first movie I saw him in was the Flintstones movie.
Yeah, same. That's what I remember him from.
He's in the Flintstone movie, is he?
Yeah,
he's the villain.
Yeah,
he's the businessman, isn't he? Yeah.
Cliff Rockefeller.
Yeah.
I didn't know that till today, but
yeah.
Bradley says, I watched Dashcam last night. What a weird movie. Annie Hardy is just intensely annoying, and I didn't know at the end if I even liked it or not. Anyone seen it? That's that new found footage film. A lot of people have been talking about that. That's been on streaming as well. Heard some decent things about it. I've heard that's quite shocking, but I haven't seen it. Have you guys seen it?
Heard of it, but not seen it. Heard some weird things about it.
It seems like a bit of a Marmite film. Like, I've heard some people say they love it and others say they hated it.
I'll have to keep an eye out for it. It's not a film that I'll pick up, but if it's on streaming, I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Rogue says, I quite like The Gauntlet, Unforgiven, and In the Line of Fire for Clint Eastwood. Oh, In the Line of Fire is brilliant. John Malkovich. Oh, so good.
Terrifying in that film.
Yeah, that and Con Air, he's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy's just terrifying, full stop. But
He is.
Yeah. There's a scene in the Line of Fire when he follows that woman home and breaks into her house. That scene's horrible.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
I remember that scene. That was like shocking.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, are you ever going to do a VHS collection, Andy?
I've not done like a full big one just because I think it would just take too much time. But I have done like videos about series I've got like on VHS. Like I've done Evil Dead, Jaws, Batman, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. So you can check some of those out.
Oh, that's good. Right, comments gone weird. Right, here we go. We've got Gary the Blu-ray Addict here saying, sorry, you may have been asked this question, but have you seen the full trailer for The Monsters? After the teaser, I thought it may be partial, but after that trailer, it looks dreadful. Yeah, it doesn't look great. Yeah, if you give it a watch later, guys, I think you'll probably be like, yeah, we're keeping clear of that one. Lisa Michelle here says, hey guys, I just bought Speedy Gonzales on VHS today for only 75p. Very good.
Awesome.
Dr. Impossible says, I've always liked Eastwood in Absolute Power with Gene Hackman. Nice thriller, but Clueless Joe Biden's in there. Put Clueless Joe Biden in there and you've got a thriller to top them all. Firefox was great too with some stunning effects. They're two that I definitely want to check out of Eastwood's back catalogue. Have you guys seen them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolute Power. I quite like that one.
Yeah.
Firefox, I wasn't the biggest fan of that one.
Is that the one with Charlie Sheen in it?
That's the.
No.
Is that the Rookie?
Yeah, the Rookie. Yeah.
I watched the Rookie for the first time, and I thought Raul Julia was fucking great in it.
Yeah, I like that movie.
Yeah,
he's a good villain, Raul Julia.
Yeah.
Edward says, what's your favourite I.M.O release?
Everybody knows mine.
Last American Virgin.
Absolutely.
You're the campaigner for that film. If that ever gets a re-release, you need someone to share the profits.
Yeah. I'm just glad that everyone I've mentioned that film to has enjoyed it. No one said a bad thing about it, so everyone sort of got a similar thing out of that movie. Because it's
definitely a film that resonates with everybody in some way or form.
Yeah. Even when I watch people's like reviews of it after they've watched it, they're kind of in shock because of how realistic it is when they watch it.
And also a cracking 80s soundtrack.
Yep. What more could you want?
What about you, Mike?
I think as like in terms of like just the actual release and the packaging, probably the Hellraiser Scarlet box set. I really like that one.
Very nice, very nice. I'm going to say the Major Dundee set. I really do like that. I like how they've done like the little booklets and the poster. I just think the artwork's absolutely incredible. I love that release. As for film-wise, I don't know. I do really like Horror Express, though. I'll probably say that one. Dr. Impossible says, Vista organization has no affiliation to Disney. Vista was a separate company. Ah, right. Oh, thanks for the... Peter says, Coro. Yeah, Coro's not here tonight. Hope Coro's well.
Yeah.
Carla says, a movie that you didn't enjoy on first watch, but loved a second time, repeat viewer. Mine was Pulp Fiction. Good. What about you guys?
It was probably Back to the Future for me. So I kind of just watched that trilogy, and I was just remember being really underwhelmed by it. When I actually finally got to sit down and watch it, because there was a time I remember when those movies were quite hard to get hold of. But yeah, over the years on rewatch, I've grown to love those movies. I just think they're some of the best movies I've ever seen.
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, I think I mentioned it before, but probably Leon. First time I watched it, I thought it was okay, but when I rewatched it on 4K, I loved it.
Yeah, that's cool. For me, I'll probably say Raiders of the Lost Ark. For me, it was always my least favorite of the Indiana Jones trilogy. It's just, I don't know, it just didn't have that factor of the other two, but rewatched it, I do really enjoy it. Still not my favorite of the Indiana Jones films, but it's still a fantastic film. And then 3 films make a real perfect trilogy. We just don't talk about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, do you know what it is about Raiders for me? Like, I feel like, you have that that action sequence with the truck. It's like a really great sequence, but I feel like once that is over, the movie kind of slows down, and not really much happens after that. And I think that's the reason why I don't like it as much as the other
That is
two.
exactly the same with me. I did find it quite a little bit slow for me when I first watched it.
Yeah, but up until that point, the movie's great.
Yeah, because for me, probably why I love Temple so much is because of its pacing.
Yeah,
every single, particularly the third act, it just doesn't stop. It just keeps going and going and going. I mean, you've got the scene with Willie and she's being lowered, and before that, you've got the scene where they're turning Indy bad, and then you've got the scene where he's like that whole pit scene. Then you've got the scene where he's freeing the kids. Then you've got the truck chase scene, and then you've got the rope bridge scene. It just doesn't stop. It just keeps going and going and going. The pacing of it's just relentless.
Yeah. I think Last Crusade, it doesn't have as much action, but where it lacks in that, it has the comedy and the chemistry with Indy and his dad. And,
And that opening of Last Crusade, I love it.
The opening to it is great. The third act where he has to do all the tasks.
Yeah,
is so much fun. The bit where they have to choose the Grail is so much fun.
Yeah,
it's so good. It's a proper quest movie, that one. Like,
that's right.
Just never lets up. They're always going on to like different great scenes. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's just with Raiders after that truck scene, there isn't really anything else that I'm like excited for after that scene. I'm just like, okay, you just need to get to the end of the movie now.
See, Raiders for me has good scenes in it. The opening is great with the idol and the wrecking ball. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic. Then you have that truck scene, and then for me after that, nothing really happens then until they actually open the ark at the end. It doesn't really do much for me. The in between stuff in Raiders
kind of bored me as a kid. I was just like, oh. But once I got into like Temple of Doom and Last Crusade, I was really having fun. But just like it was a little bit of a struggle, Raiders. But I do really enjoy it now.
Yeah, I think the big issue people have with Temple is Willie and Short Round. I think they can come across as quite annoying.
Yeah.
If they don't come across as annoying to you, you'll have a great time with that movie. But another scene in Last Crusade is the whole tank chase scene. It's so good.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, it's like you can watch Last Crusade and you might find yourself dipping off after a scene, but then there's another scene to come in which will just pick you right back up. I mean, the comedy in it works. I love the scene where Harrison Ford has to pretend to be Scottish.
Yeah,
it's hysterical.
Yeah.
I've gone and caught a sniffle.
Yeah.
If you're Scottish Lord, I'm Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Don't take that tone with me. Oh, it's so fun. It's so good.
It makes me want to rewatch them 3 again, to be fair.
Oh, they're so good on rewatch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a little while since I've seen him, so I definitely do want to rewatch him.
Yeah.
I'm going to skip Crystal Skull, I think, though.
Oh yeah, the whole score of that final scene where they're riding off in the sunset is just it's perfect.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
That's where it ends.
The only Indiana Jones movie you should watch after that is Raiders of the Lost Ark. Start again.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't mind the Young Indiana Jones TV series? I didn't mind that. I thought that was all right.
Yeah, that was all right. Yeah. I'd not seen it all, but I remember watching it as a kid.
Yeah, there was some episodes on. I'm sure Daniel Craig is like in some of them
Yeah.
or in one of the episodes. There's some quite high-profile actors in it, but that's solid. But Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I just can't be bothered with it.
It's not fun. You know what I
No.
mean? It's not fun. It's just like you're not bothered about anything that goes on in that movie. It's just silly.
Yeah.
That's
It's that ending that just completely does it for me. It just feels like, wow, this has just gone stupid, really. Wow, the monkey scene as well with
the monkey scene's
Sherlock.
terrible. The gopher scene's terrible. The fridge scene's terrible.
Yeah. Oh, the ants.
CGI ants.
Too much CGI in the film as well. It's just overdone. The only good thing about that film is probably Kate Blanchett.
Yeah. I hate Ray Winston in that movie as well. Like his character just can't make his mind up. Like what side is he on?
Yeah.
I know. He was very annoying in that film, to be fair. It's just like, 1 minute he's all right, 1 minute he's not, and it's just, just make your damn mind up, man.
Yeah.
I didn't mind John Hurt in it. He was all right in it for the bit he was in.
He just says fuck all in that whole movie. And
Yeah.
John Hurt's got such a good voice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like
he just sits there and holds the skull for most of the time.
If you've got John Hurt in your movie, you've got to have him talking because he's got such a unique sounding voice.
Oh, definitely. He's definitely one of the best actors out there. And yeah, I kind of think you're right there, he's a bit of a waste. But again, it's not a film I want to revisit. And Shia LaBeouf. Oh,
shit the bed, as I call him.
Shit the bed. Oh. The only good thing he did was probably Disturbia. I did enjoy that film. I thought
That's
it was
a pretty
quite
good
good.
movie.
I quite like that one, but apart from that, not keen on him at all. The Viewer Drew says, who do you think has got a better filmography, Joss Whedon or Zack Snyder?
I'm not too familiar with Joss Whedon's movies, actually. I'm probably outside of the Avengers.
Serenity he done.
Yeah,
I think that's the only other movie he's done, to be honest. Serenity.
I think it is, yeah. He's just like obviously done Buffy, Angel, and Firefly. That's all I remember him for.
Yeah.
I mean, I think when the first Avengers came out, I was blown away by that. That was one of the best cinema experiences ever. But I think on rewatch, I think there's only really two great moments in that movie. On the air carrier and the final sequence.
Yes.
The final action sequence. I think the rest of it kind of drags, if I'm honest, on rewatch. But Age of Ultron, I think, is extremely underrated.
I really enjoyed Age of Ultron. I really loved it. I thought it was very underrated, as you're right.
I think you can kind of tell that he was struggling making that movie because it kind of just drained him so much.
Yeah.
But I do think that movie is brilliant, and it has some fantastic setup for Infinity War and some fantastic setup for Civil War that goes really unnoticed in that movie. You get the bit of tension between Tony and Steve.
Yeah.
But yeah, Zack Snyder, he's got some good movies to his name, but kind of similar to Michael Bay, I think there's always something missing from Zack Snyder movies that's stopping them from being great.
Yeah, you're right there.
They're just good at best.
What about you, Mike?
I'd probably just have to say Zack Snyder because I don't think Joss Whedon's done enough really, apart from the two Avengers movies and Serenity. That I think that's all he's done. Well, Justice League, obviously, I guess, but But yeah, Zack Snyder, he's just done more, so I'd have to say him.
Yeah, I'd have to say Zack Snyder as well. As much as I do like the two Avengers movies, and Serenity's pretty good. The Justice League he done was awful, or his version of it, shall I say. Zack Snyder's definitely a very gimmicky director, shall I say, with his slow-mo. I mean, a lot of the films can definitely feel like they could have half an hour chopped off if they didn't have slow-mo, like Snyder Cut, but yeah, he's pretty good. It's pretty good, I'll say him. Peter says, Amazon Sweden currently have Repo Man, Eureka cheap, so I ordered that. Glad to have it. Brilliant. Dr. Impossible says, I remember seeing Russell in a Walt Disney film called The World's Strongest Man with Bill Silvers. He had a similar taste to Flubber. Used to enjoy the film as a kid back in the day, 200 years ago. Don't think I've heard of that one. Have you guys?
What's there's a Disney one, isn't there, that he did with a chimp?
I've heard.
Was this when he was like a child actor?
Yeah. I remember.
I can think of it. I can picture it, but I can't remember what it's called. Oh. The Viewer Drew says, what do you think is the worst Star Wars movie?
Don't think we've got long enough to answer this.
3 words, Last Jedi. What about you, Andy?
If I'm looking at this objectively, like with sensible hat on, it's probably, I'm just counting out the 9 movies. I'm probably gonna have to say Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
And then The Last Jedi. There's not much in it, but they're at the bottom for very, very different reasons for me.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I think Attack of the Clones, because it's technically an awful movie. Poor acting. It's an ugly movie to sit through. The story's not really that interesting. And it's just horrific green screen.
Very true. Very true.
Last Jedi is awful to me because it was such a slap in the face. In terms of how invested I was with Force Awakens and how Force Awakens made a point of certain things to be answered in the next movie. Things that things that never got answered. And Last Jedi just took a huge dump all over that. And it was so insulting as someone who appreciates good stories in movies. Last Jedi just completely, it was an insult to sit through. That movie, it was just awful. Awful experience. One of the worst cinema experiences I've ever had. Because that was a movie that just left such a horrible aftertaste.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been so disappointed and kind of angry with a film like The Last Jedi. So much was built up for it, and so much was just wasted.
But it was just the way Force Awakens made a point of certain things.
It was setting up so much stuff, but nothing to be resolved.
We never found out how Maz got hold of Luke's lightsaber, or Anakin's lightsaber, I should say. Snoke was completely wasted.
Absolutely.
They made a point about Rey's parents maybe being something, and they made that nothing.
Yeah.
It was just awful, and it made me the biggest sin and gripe I have with Last Jedi is it made me not care about Star Wars. Like, sit through that movie on rewatch, and I don't give a shit about anything that's going on in that movie. I just don't care.
I'm the same. I think it hit a lot of people after that one came out. I think a lot of people afterwards, like the Star Wars films, didn't do so great. I mean, Solo didn't do that well.
Yeah.
I don't think. And I know Rise of Skywalker did hit 1 billion, didn't it? But I don't think it did as well as the other two.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they did financially. I know Force Awakens was a big hit because that was like the first Star Wars movie in God knows how long.
Yeah.
What was it? 20 years.
Mm.
Um,
It was on a
no,
high.
10 years. 10 years it was.
Yeah, it was
Um,
Revenge of the Sith. I think like with Force Awakens, Rogue One, they hit a 1-2 punch there with two quality films, with Rogue One being the better one. And this started that 5-year train of Star Wars films, and people were expecting high things with Last Jedi, and a lot of people walked out disappointed. And that was the start of the decline of Star Wars. A lot of people were a bit disappointed with it. Solo didn't live up to the hype. Solo was fine, but I know a lot of people weren't a big fan of it. And then Rise of Skywalker was just a jumbled up mess, trying to fix the mistakes that was made with Last Jedi and Force Awakens, and trying to appease both fans.
Yeah, but the thing why I don't find Last Jedi so disappointing was because I knew that movie was not going to be great. I went into that movie knowing where they're going to go. It's just I'm just going to watch it on a surface level. I don't care about anything that's going on story-wise, because Last Jedi killed that for me.
Yeah.
And I came out the cinema go, that was exactly what I was expected. And I wasn't disappointed in it. Didn't blow my expectations up, but I came out of it so neutral, like that was exactly what I expected.
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree with you there. I kind of find Rise of Skywalker a bit too overlong, and just I don't really remember much about it, to be fair. I just find it very bland, shall I say, of a Star Wars film. There's nothing special really about it. There's a lot of poking, oh, remember that? Oh, remember that? But it's just like it's just there for the sake of it.
Yeah, it's just there to be the third movie in a trilogy.
Yeah,
which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does show that like at times Disney don't know what they're doing with Star Wars. Well, they didn't with this trilogy, shall I say? It was rushed out to try and make money out of this big acquisition, and they should have took longer with it. They should have at least gave it like 3 years between it, or at least have a roadmap before they done it.
Yeah, instead of putting all the efforts into a movie at a time.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? What's your least favorite Star Wars film?
Probably Rise of Skywalker. I just think that movie just doesn't make sense at all. There's just so many things that don't make sense of it. I don't like Last Jedi either. So yeah, it's probably just one of those two.
Yeah, I do look at like Last Jedi on the shelf and I'm like, why do I have you twice in the collection?
I still don't even own it. Like the last two movies. I mean, I got Force Awakens because I did enjoy it mostly. But yeah, like those other two movies, I've not rewatched them. Like the last time I saw them was when I saw them in the cinema.
I mean, it's just like the way that Force Awakens ends, building up Luke Skywalker. I thought it was going to be great, and then it just opens with him sucking on an alien's tit.
Yeah,
it's true.
It's just awful.
It does feel like they kind of destroyed the Luke Skywalker character, and I think he said it, didn't he? In interviews, he was giving people warnings.
Yeah, didn't like what was happening with the character.
Yeah, for me, like that trilogy when it was first announced, the only thing I wanted from that trilogy was I wanted to see the original characters back together for a new adventure. And we didn't even get them sharing any screen time together. Like,
that's true.
We didn't even get like Han, Luke, and Leia sharing any screen time. I didn't give a crap about any of these other new characters. I just wanted to see the original ones back on a new adventure. I knew they were going to be older, but that's all I wanted to see, and we didn't even get that.
Yeah. To be fair, I thought Rey, she's all right of a character, but she's the most vanilla protagonist you could probably get. She's just nothing really much there to like say, wow, she's great.
We've seen it all before in Star Wars. Like we've seen that same character before with Luke, basically.
I think the best character there was Finn, and he was a waste of potential. He was like a stormtrooper, turned good. There was so much build up for his character, and then he was just in the background for The Last Jedi, really, and Rise of Skywalker. I don't think he even appeared that much in Rise of Skywalker.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's just a whole trilogy of missed opportunities.
Yeah, it's one of the most. It's a movie franchise where that trilogy was just the most blatant mess and mishandled series of movies I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Just painful to watch.
Yeah, I know the prequel trilogies has its faults, especially Attack of the Clones, but there is an outline there, and you can kind of see with that one where it's going. And they have improved with age, give or take Attack of the Clones.
I think there's some great ideas in those movies. Maybe the execution is not great, like in them, but there's some really good ideas there, and the story's a good one.
I still say Revenge of the Sith is like one of the best Star Wars. It's the best, up there with Rogue One. It's the best modern era Star Wars film.
It's a great movie, but I just think the prequels take away the impact of the twist in Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah,
That's the issue I have with it, is that twist becomes redundant.
Yeah,
that's true.
I kind of don't. I know, like people say, like you should watch the prequels first because chronologically first. But if someone was asking me what movie should I watch first, and they were watching it for the first time, I would say to them, watch the originals first. Like,
I would,
and then watch the prequels. Yeah,
that's the way I watched them. I watched the original trilogy first, then watched the prequels.
So I remember a time when it was only those movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know, but aren't they supposed to be, Taika Waititi supposed to be doing a Star Wars film? I've heard.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Hey, let's have a joke every 5 minutes. Super serious. Let's have a joke.
Yeah.
And then he'll be there as a CGI'd character narrating the story, no doubt. Oh dear.
He's starting to annoy me a little bit. I think, I don't know, like I like his early stuff, but I feel like we're seeing a bit too much of him now.
I think he needs to go back to doing original movies that his own creation and his own sort of original stuff, because now he's got noticed. He's being attached to certain things now. Marvel, Star Wars. It's like, just go back to what we do in the shadows, Hunt for the Wilder People, those type of movies, because they're fucking great. Those movies.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like he's lost himself now. He's became quite big, and like I do prefer them older films, definitely. I do really love Jojo Rabbit. I think that's a fantastic
Jojo Rabbit, yeah.
Moving on, Bumpers Movie says Death Wish 1 to 5 Blu-ray set on Amazon Prime sale for 20 quid, 40 quid on H&B. Might pick that one up. That is a very, I did see that and I was quite tempted. I like the first one. Haven't seen 2, 3, and 4, and 5 I wasn't the big fan of, but you can get 2, 3, and 4 on Blu-ray for about a tenner, so I'm deciding to pick that up instead. Carlos says Bumpers Movies, Death Wish 2 is cut to pieces if it's a UK release. The uncut version, Germany, US Shout Factory, or the Australian Umbrella release is the way to go. I've heard Death Wish 2 is more brutal than the first one.
Yeah, I've heard it is.
Bumper says, okay, cheers, mate. It will be the UK release. Agreed, Andy. Why the hell the Halloween and Friday the 13th movies are not released in a collection set is a mystery for fans in the UK. An instant seller, importing it is expensive as it is. Absolutely. Carlos says the Dirty Harry, Rocky, Nightmare on Elm Street, and Please, and 4K sets. Absolutely. Yeah. Rocky and Dirty Harry and 4K day one buy. Definitely. No, we're not.
Not tonight.
No. Peter says my guilty pleasures are these streams. Dr. Impossible says Shout Factory has a right battle to get all the studios to work together on the Friday the 13th films. Paramount recently had a deal with Kino, is exceptional, but it would never happen here in the UK. Edward says, when do you think we'll get the first trailer for Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and the Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania are the next Marvel movies to come? Well, isn't Ant-Man and the Wasp next spring, I think? So that probably won't be coming out until probably Christmas time. We'll start next year. Black Panther, isn't that coming out in November? So I'm imagining September time we might get a trailer for it, or maybe even next month.
Thing is, I don't know where they're going with these movies. You know, we knew where, you know, in Phase 3, we knew where they were going with the whole Infinity thing and Thanos. Like, that was the big payoff, but I don't know where we're going with these ones.
No, it does feel like Marvel's pressed like the reboot button, and then we're basically starting at Phase 1 again, introducing to new characters and that.
Yeah.
But even then, it just feels very odd. I wish they just took 5 years break from Endgame and just started up again, because the problem is we've had too many so far after Endgame, and nothing, bar No Way Home, has lived up to those highs.
No. I think out of everything to come after Far From Home, I think No Way Home has been the best one, and then probably second to that was probably Shang-Chi.
Yeah,
Everything else has just been subpar.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Black Widow, but that should have come out like 5 years ago after Winter Soldier, or after Civil War, because it's set during that, isn't it, or just after?
I think it's between Civil War and Infinity War.
Yeah, that really should have just released after Civil War. It's just very odd for them to release that there, but there you go. Eternals, I didn't mind, but it's definitely not a proper Marvel film. It is a very slog of a film, but it's got its positives, very few of them. But Shang-Chi is definitely a lot of fun.
I've not watched Eternals since the cinema.
I think the main reason I only like it is because of Gemma Chan, so take that as what you will. Carlos says, Mississippi Burning for me, Andy and Mike. The Gene Hackman barbershop scene. Wow, Hackman is a scary dude.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He makes a good villain, Gene Hackman.
There is a film I've seen on the premium collection called Night Moves, Night Movies. Is that any good?
Night Moves,
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah.
I definitely do want to get that one.
He does make a good villain.
Does he?
He's such a bastard in Unforgiven.
Unforgiven.
Yeah.
He's The Quick and the Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Absolute Power, the other Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to get Absolute Power. I see
Superman.
this like a German. Pardon? Superman. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I do like him in Superman. I'll probably get that Absolute Power. You can get like a German import for like a 10 on Blu-ray, so that's not too bad. Rogue says H&V Premium Collection is a mixture of Warner Brothers Archives, Paramount Presents, and a few Sony titles. Yeah, I think like about 70% are like Warner Brothers, though. I think.
Yeah.
Loads of Warner Brothers stuff on there.
Dr. Impossible says Paramount deal with Kino will include plundering the Paramount archives. Paramount will only go for the common releases in the UK. Hidden gems back from catalogue can go to Australia and the US, it seems. It's true. They might put it on Paramount Plus now. You never know. Rogue says HMV Premium Collection is spy number 153, which is winning. Oh. I haven't heard of that one.
No, I've not. The one movie I want to see on there is Pacific Heights. That is the one movie I would love to see on that label and get a Blu-ray release. Just can't even get a DVD over of it.
Oh,
yeah, and it's really expensive to like import it. Is it?
Yeah, it's just so rare.
David Even Bumbloke says, I wouldn't say guilty pleasure, they're just enjoyable. Thanks. Gary's here saying good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Thanks for joining. DVD and Film Bloke says, I was always disappointed that Willie didn't die in Temple of Doom. Oh.
Spielberg's wife, isn't she?
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Carlos says there's a US double feature Blu-ray featuring Firefox and Heartbreak Ridge. Yeah, it's an extended cut, 12 minutes longer than the German Blu-ray and the UK DVD release and is region free. Isn't Heartbreak Ridge that like he plays like an army chief or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that one like?
I wasn't a big fan of that one. It's, yeah, it's okay. I thought it was quite slow. It's quite long.
Yeah, that's fair enough. What about you, Andy? Have you seen that one?
That Heartbreak Ridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, just I can only echo what Mike's just said. It was a bit underwhelming, a bit disappointing for Clint Eastwood. For me, it's kind of like a watered down Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, right. He also said that Firefox is the extended cut. That's good.
That movie's already too long.
David says, what's your favourite Tom Hanks film?
There's one at the minute I'm really, really enjoying, which I introduced Soph to, which is That Thing You Do.
I was thinking that one. Great film.
Love that movie.
Yeah.
It's so good. He's not in it long, but because he directed it as well. But it's such a fun movie.
I agree. I enjoyed that one. I watched that last year. Fantastic film.
Yeah.
Definitely good. Obviously Castaway. He's fantastic in that. Catch Me If You Can. I did enjoy that one as well. Well, so many. He's fantastic in every film he does. Though I do want to see some of his comedy stuff. I do want to see The Burbs soon because everybody says that's so good. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, there's so many. I think the ones that come to mind are like Forrest Gump, Castaway, Green Mile, Philadelphia. There's too many to choose.
Yeah.
He was good in Captain Phillips as well. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says to DVD and Film Bloke, you're damn right on the money with that comment. I actually wanted Willie to be cremated before the film was out. She drove me nuts, quite literally.
I don't know what it is, but I don't find her annoying, and
I don't
really know why. Because I can understand that people can find her annoying, but I don't know. I don't mind her.
I honestly think she plays so well to Harrison Ford because he's like such the straight guy and he's just like wants to fucking get on with it.
Yeah,
he's the exact opposite of her, and it works so well.
Yeah.
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 I didn't mind her in the film, but I can understand why people would find her annoying, but she was just fine, to be fair.
Yeah. Same with Short Round, I think. I don't know.
Oh, Short Round's brilliant.
Yeah.
I like him. But then I could rewatch the film next week and I'd be like, oh, Willie's so annoying.
Yeah. There's a bit in the Blu-ray as well where, because I had them on DVD for quite some time, but there's a bit in the Blu-ray where they added this scene where you see Short Round like getting whipped.
Yeah.
And it's quite brutal.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain that was on my DVD version of it because I had like one of the later re-releases of it, and I'm pretty certain I can remember him getting whipped. It was like, wow, that's quite dark for a kids' film or family film.
He gets whipped, and you hear like Indy like, "Leave him alone, you bastards."
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that was definitely in it. We've got Joe Darkin here saying, "Great stream, guys. You guys are awesome. Going through a tough time at the moment, but these streams take my mind off things. Thank you." Thank you so much for saying that.
You're welcome, Joe.
Hope everything goes all right soon, Joe. Thanks for watching. DVD with Film Black says, yeah, it would be a masterpiece if that happens. Edward says, "What's your thoughts on Final Destination 5?" Only seen the first two.
I've
Same.
only seen the first one.
I didn't
There's a
know
bit
they
in the
kept
first.
going to 5.
There's a bit in the first one that's fucking horrible where that woman dies in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
It's like horrific. It's like
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I love the beginning of the second one. There's like a big like pile up on a highway with like cars. And
Oh.
stuff. That whole scene's just crazy.
Yeah. That film made me terrified of going on a motorway or something. It's just like, oh.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, "What's your thoughts on the Young Indiana Jones TV series?" I think we talked about it earlier. Pretty solid stuff. Did enjoy the few episodes I've seen.
Yeah.
I've never really seen it, to be honest. But...
You can get some really nice box sets of them on DVD.
Yeah.
I know they did them in H&B for a little while, and they're like proper real, like you open up and hordes of bits and pieces in them. They're quite expensive while they were, but you might be able to pick them up cheap.
I remember like back in the VHS days when they released the original trilogy, they had like chapter numbers, and I think like the original trilogy was like chapter 33, 34, 35, and then they released the Young Indiana Jones on video, and they were like chapters whatever, but they didn't release all of them. So
no,
it was just like random numbers. So you had like chapter 11, chapter 14, 17, and it was just like so pointless. It was just like they gave up like releasing all of them. So.
That is strange. Kind of reminds me of like one of those collections you used to get like with a magazine and like a film, and you collect like the whole collection like they do with graphic novels now. It kind of reminds me a bit like that.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says to Dr. Impossible, and hopefully she doesn't conveniently find a fridge to hide in. Right. Carlos says, "Guys, another top live stream. Great work, Pete, Mike, and Andy. Awesome to hear movie fans talking about movies with a passion. Take care, all. And Pete, can you do your best Rambo impression? Haha."
You don't need to do one because he doesn't say much.
I can do a Rocky one, but I'm not very good at a Rambo one. I'll go, "Yo, Adrian." That's right. Oh. Gary says, "My favourite scene in The Last Crusade is when he throws a German out a window, no ticket."
Yeah. If you watch that scene, Sean Connery's holding the newspaper upside down.
Yeah.
For the whole scene.
Noticed that before.
Yeah.
Seth says, "What H&V premiums would you recommend? Any other ones you can recommend, guys?"
Trying to think. I don't actually have that many. I only buy the premiums because that's the only way I can buy the movie.
Well, I know one not to recommend, Top Gun.
You wouldn't recommend that?
Well, no, Soph doesn't like Top Gun,
yeah,
does
of course.
she?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
The two Christopher Lee Dracula films are a lot of fun. The first one, 1972 AD or 71 AD, is so cheesy but it's a lot of fun. The Satanic Rites is really good. It's like a noir take on it. Very dark, but again, a lot of fun.
There's Ghosts on it, isn't it?
Ghosts is on it, yes.
Ghosts is on it. Pretty in Pink, I think, is on it.
Yeah, got them. I've seen Ghosts before, but I haven't seen it on this Blu-ray yet. Point Blank is very good. I enjoyed that. That's really good with Lee Marvin.
There's a few Johnny Depp ones, like Blow and Donnie Brasco. Like Blow.
Yeah, I think she's got them as well.
Yeah.
Donnie Brasco's great with Al Pacino. I did enjoy that one.
There's a movie I quite like with Brad Pitt called Legends of the Fall. I thought that was pretty good.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
It's got Anthony Hopkins in as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that's cool.
It's a good movie.
There's definitely a good selection out there. I wouldn't want to collect every single one of them, but I'd say there's a good 20 or 30 that interest me there, shall I say?
Yeah. Because I think a lot of them are like from the 30s, and I'm just... I've got to be in the mood for 30s black and white, hard hitting stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I've got to be in the mood for that. So I kind of just don't really want to invest too much money in that. I'm sure they're quality movies and that, but I've just sometimes you just got to watch stuff that you know and you relate to. But
for me, I think the premiums are good, like 25 to 30%, if not a little bit more, like classic films from the 30s and 40s. There's a lot of it. Dr. Impossible says Lucas wanted it. Spielberg didn't want a Scream Queen, but Spielberg married Capshaw a little later, as you said. James says he's finished work now. That's great to hear, mate. Take care, getting home. Soph says, hey Dudley, hope work went well. Dr. Impossible says Raul Julia did a film with Fred Ward called Florida Straits, directed by Get Carter Mike Hodges. It was okay. I wonder if Andy's seen it.
I've not, no.
I haven't, but
Florida
very
Straits.
intrigued.
Yeah.
Raul Julia, Mike Hodges, I'm sold. You seen it, Mike?
No, not seen that one.
Gary says, when Luke fades away like a fart in the wind, I was done with Star Wars. Yeah.
I was done with it when he fucking tossed that lightsaber.
Oh yeah. My dad, when he watched the film, he did his best John McEnroe impression. You cannot be serious, he shouted when that happened. We've got David here saying, Soph, hope you feel better soon. Soph saying good. David says, hi, Gary. Marvel fan says, name one or two artists that you wish had a proper biopic made about them, but I'm going to cheat on this one and say Buddy Holly and Kurt Cobain both had biopics but made for TV. Yeah. I'd like to see a Blondie one. I think that'd be really good. I mean, she had quite an interesting life before she was a singer. She was apparently a Playboy bunny, so make of that what you will. That'd be an interesting story to tell. I'd also like to see what's his name? Who's sung Pretty Woman now?
Roy Orbison.
Roy Orbison. I think that'd be a pretty good one.
Yeah, there's one I think that would fascinate me, and I know there's a documentary about her, but I do think it would be too early for a biopic film, though. Amy Winehouse.
They're doing one.
I didn't know they were doing one, but I think
they announced it yesterday. I think
it would be fascinating. That
I think you're right there. Yeah, probably in about 10 years' time, but I do think like now's probably a little bit too soon. Yeah. What about you, Mike?
I'd kind of like to see one like about ABBA. I think that could be quite interesting, and yeah, I do actually quite like a lot of their music. So yeah,
ABBA would be interesting. Yeah, definitely would be cool. You could see that because like weren't they all married like
to each other?
Yeah.
So that'd be interesting.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see just how they worked together, and like obviously what happened after they all split up and stuff, and yeah. A lot to delve into.
Yeah, and obviously it'd be nice. Well, I say, what about a Rolling Stones one? That would be interesting.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest Rolling Stones fan, but yeah.
No, I'm not. But they're an interesting band, and obviously they've gone on for quite a few years. So I bet they've got plenty of stories to tell.
Yeah, and maybe even maybe the Beatles, like sort of like do like an actual movie where people play them and shows like the early start like in Liverpool and Hamburg and stuff, and there'd be a lot. There's a lot they could probably do in a movie like that.
I'd love to see a proper one. It'd be good if they could, but because we've only really had like TV sort of like versions of them, not a proper big screen one, but that'd be cool.
Yeah,
I think that I've seen that anthology series.
Yeah.
I think me and you watched it, Mike. I think.
Yeah.
and it was just fascinating. It was like
Yeah.
it's like an 8-hour documentary, but
Yeah.
it's just like it doesn't leave any stone unturned. It's just
Mhm.
it's friggin' amazing, and the amount of stuff you could get from that put in a movie.
Yeah, that's true. You know what will be the next one? Kate Bush, considering how
Yeah.
popular she is.
I want them to do a Dave Bowie one. I know he doesn't. I know he didn't want one doing, but I don't want to rule that out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that'd be good.
I think it could be an incredible one, but obviously they've got to get the family permission, do everything
obviously,
right by the family. But if they could do it, it could be special. Another one that would be quite good is Mark Bolan from T-Rex. I think that'd be quite a good one. And I don't know whether they're doing it, but I've heard they're doing talks of it. It's like a Boy George one for like Culture Club, which again could be quite.
They did a TV movie one, didn't they, years ago?
Worried About the Boy, I think it was called.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That wasn't too bad, but that'd be quite cool for a film. But I'm pretty certain that is happening.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many like big American stars as well. You could do. Like, imagine if they do like a Fleetwood Mac one or like a Bruce Springsteen one, or you know, a Lionel Richie one. There's so many you could do.
Oh, you just pick out any singers, couldn't you?
Yeah.
There's
like
so
a
many
Michael
great
Jackson
stories.
one. I know that might be a bit near the nerve, like, but
a Michael Jackson one would be pretty good, but obviously,
I think the take on it would have to be very unique. But I think there's definitely a story there to be told.
Oh, definitely.
When I saw Roger Daltrey, sorry, Pete.
You go. You're fine.
When I saw Roger Daltrey, like he was answering some questions, and someone asked it because apparently, the drummer from the Who, Keith Moon, obviously he had a very sort of interesting life, but apparently, they're making a movie about him. Apparently, it's been in the works for like 30 years, but Roger Daltrey said it's finally like getting going, so that'd be quite an interesting one.
Yeah, I've heard something about that. I've seen like messages pop up about that before. That'd be interesting, but I'm going to gather if Elvis is a success at the box office, which I'm assuming it probably will be, we will be seeing a lot more of these music biopics.
Yeah.
It seems like a good, thing for Hollywood to do, because it's just like it could be a goldmine of movies just sitting there.
Oh, there's an endless stream. I'd like for them to go back and do Bohemian Rhapsody and do the proper version, shall I say?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it feels like only half of Queen. It feels like that movie could have a sequel.
Yeah.
Dealing with the after, the rest of it, the second half of Queen.
Yes.
Whilst
I do love the film, I think it's a great film. It does definitely feel like there's a lot left out. It does feel like now it's owned by Disney, a Disney take on the film, on the story.
Yeah.
I still need to watch Rocketman though. Is that any good?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I've got it, so that's definitely one I've got to watch soon.
Yeah, it's pretty good, Rocketman.
I've heard. Is it? Pardon?
It's a bit darker than Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, that's good. That's good. If it tells it how it is, that's the main thing.
It's a little bit more unconventional as well with its storytelling.
It's
more like a musical, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like it feels like an actual musical at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen this clip from Crocodile Rock, and he's like playing the piano, and he's like floating in the air whilst playing it.
Yeah. I think that's like to show like he's finally like it's a bit surreal for him because he finally like made it big, doing a show in America, and then all of a sudden he just comes bang crashing down. So yeah.
Cool. Gary says Solo lost money. Yeah, I heard it lost a lot of money for Disney.
It's because it was shit.
David says you're welcome, sir. Peter says Force Awakens was way too woke for me. I still haven't seen Rise of Skywalker. Yeah,
not missing much.
That. Yeah. Seth says Buddy Holly story with Gary Busey was brilliant in my opinion. Yeah, brilliant film.
Yeah, it's fantastic, that movie.
Yeah, it's amazing that Gary Busey did all his songs for that. He sung all for that.
He was Oscar nominated for that movie. He was up for Best
Yeah, I
Actor.
think he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And where did he end up? Celebrity Big Brother.
I fucking love Gary Busey. Just anything he's in. Point Break, Lethal Weapon, Under Siege. Yeah.
He's definitely great. Oh. Seth says, Peter. And Peter says, so, babe. Dr. Impossible says, Disney Star Wars character assassinated, Han, Luke, Leia, and Obi. I've never seen such a scorched earth policy put in place to destroy such a beloved franchise. Yeah. I do feel like now Disney's got to leave the whole Skywalker universe and characters alone and just do something completely different with it. Just leave that universe alone because they've done enough damage there, shall I say?
Yeah.
Peter says, cool. I picked up a rare Studio S DVD of Gary Busey's Buddy Holly a while ago. Found it cheap on the second-hand store and it's hard to find. Oh, that's great to hear, Peter. Edward says, what's your... Oh, and he's left. Edward says, what's your thoughts on the Knives Out sequel? Oh, he's back again. Hey. Edward says, what's your thoughts on the Knives Out sequel called Glass Onion? Odd name. I'm going to gather somebody gets killed by an onion. Isn't that going to be on Netflix, isn't it?
I don't know, to be honest. I've got to admit, I wasn't really the biggest fan of Knives Out, so I haven't really been keeping up to date with the sequel.
I like Knives Out, but I think it's very much a one-time watch, shall I say?
Yeah.
What's your opinion on it, Andy?
I liked it because I thought it was original and it was doing something different, but I also didn't like it at the same time because I thought there wasn't really much of a mystery to it. It's revealed very quickly what happens.
Yeah.
And yeah, I didn't get it. But Glass Onion to me is that always there's a Beatles song called Glass Onion.
Yeah.
And that's what I always will think of.
Yeah. Gary says Mark Hamill was not happy with the story in The Last Jedi. He was outspoken until Disney told him to shut up. Yeah. Marvel Fun says, hi Soph, hope you're feeling better. If you do, hope they make it give Buddy Holly and Kurt Cobain biopics the cinema experience like Elvis. Yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says, for some reason in the cinema at Last Jedi, everyone laughed when Kylo Ren died. I was like, it's not funny, you sick fucks. And this is coming from someone who really has a dark sense of humor. I think there's a bit where they just kissed at the end, and I was like, oh, really?
It's just forced, isn't it?
Yeah. Soph says, yeah, much better, thanks. And yeah, defo big screen. Buddy Holly biopic would be amazing. Dr. Possible says, I love the flying Princess Leia in The Last Jedi, probably the most creative part of the entire Disney Star Wars show.
It's atrocious, that scene, isn't it? Fucking hell.
I could never understand why that was there, to be fair. Edward says, anyone know why Make My Music is only Disney Classic that's not on Disney Plus? It's Classic number 8.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not on there.
I know a couple of like the older ones. There's like, wow, shall we say, cultural differences now from what it was years ago. Because isn't there a few of them that they have to edit or be like very careful about? But I don't know about Make My Music. I'm pretty certain you can pick that up on DVD quite easily.
Yeah. That one you can. But
What were you saying, Andy?
Yeah, no, just yeah, it's kind of like I don't know why that one's not on there, but that was one I had in my video about Disney movies that are not on Disney Plus.
It's very odd for a classic number not to be in there when the other ones that are apparently controversial there. Don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a few of them that aren't on there, but yeah, because I know obviously Disney wants nothing to do with Song of the South anymore, as well. But yeah, for some reason, don't know why. Make My Music's not on there.
It is strange. Gary says there's a nice German media of Pacific Heights going around on eBay, still very expensive though. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a fucking great movie. That I rewatched it the other weekend, and I was like, yeah, this movie gets better each time I watch it.
Yeah.
We'll have to check that one out. I'll have to add that one to yet another one of my lists to watch.
Michael Keaton's terrifying in it at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael Keaton, I'm sold. Sold me enough already. Seth says, I love that thing you do. Thanks, Andy, for telling me about it. Recently watched The Burbs and loved it.
You're welcome, Soph. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Oh, my days. We wait ages for them, and then there's hordes of them all at once. Them sort of bots, shall we say. Dr. Impossible says, look like the shitfest of diversity and rewriting of lore will continue with the new Lord of the Rings TV series. Love the original films, but this looks on par with the Disney Star Wars. I'm really worried about that Lord of the Rings show. I just don't think it's going to be that good.
I just don't think it's needed.
No.
I don't think it's needed. I don't know anyone who's asked for this.
No.
I don't have any desire to watch it, to be honest.
It just feels to me like I watched the trailer of it or whatever I saw of it, and it just feels like any other fantasy TV series. It just didn't scream Lord of the Rings to me. I mean, the Hobbit films weren't the greatest, but you definitely tell that they had that Lord of the Rings quality there, even though the films shouldn't have been stretched out to 3. But it's not needed. It just feels like Amazon's just bought it just so they can have that big TV show up against Netflix, shall I say. And it may cost them dear, it may cost them a lot of money, and it could be a failure. But it doesn't long come out, does it? It comes out in September, I think.
It's pretty soon, isn't it?
Gary North says, Bachelor Party is my favourite Tom Hanks films. Drugs on the left, Hookers on the right. Oh.
It is pretty funny, Bachelor Party.
Certainly not a film he'll be making now, is it?
No.
David says they should release Michael Jackson Ghost, the short film, on Blu-ray and DVD, The King of Pop. Yeah, they probably might do. Edward says, what's your favourite Harrison Ford film? Ooh. Blade Runner, I'm just going to say. I could say Indiana Jones, could say Star Wars, but I say Blade Runner.
I like Blade Runner as well. I also really like Patriot Games. I just love that movie.
I haven't seen a lot of his stuff outside like Star Wars and Indiana Jones and like Blade Runner. That's why I got the box set this week.
What? I think the obvious answer for me is Empire Strikes Back. But outside of Star Wars, Blade Runner, and Indiana Jones, maybe Witness and The Fugitive.
Fugitive, yeah.
Do want to watch that one.
Yeah, I like Presumed Innocent as well. I think that's a pretty good movie with Raul Julia as well.
Yeah,
Frantic's pretty good. Yeah, probably just have to say them.
Yeah, good picks.
Air Force One's pretty fun as well.
Air Force One's great.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. Is that like Die Hard on a plane again, is it?
Pretty much, yeah. It's like it's kind of like it reminds me of Executive Decision a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a very similar movie.
It has very similar openings with like the parachuters and
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like they try and fuck with Harrison Ford, and they don't realize how much of a fucking badass he is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. I think it is on Disney Plus or something, so I'll have to give that one a watch. Marvel fan says, any of you watched a TV show called How Not to Live Your Life? That was on BBC Three, ran from 2007 to 11, had 3 series and a Christmas special. I've heard of it, but never saw it.
No.
I've heard of it.
Sub says Margot Robbie is Debbie Harry. Absolutely.
I second that.
Doctor Impossible says, what's your favourite Richard Brooks film? Mine would be Cold Blood with Robert Blake, based on a true story of indiscriminate killings of a family in 1950s US. It's a powerful film.
I will have to check.
So will I. Thank you, Google, for saving me. If I can find the cursor, that is. Richard Brooks films.
I've only seen Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. That's the only one I've seen.
Yeah, that's the only one I've seen.
In Cold Blood, I have.
Yeah.
I've got that one. That's the one about those 2 burglars that killed that family. I think Truman Capote wrote a book on it.
Oh, he's been in Key Largo. I have actually seen that one. I didn't mind that one. That's been on TV before. That was all right. That's pretty good. So I'll say that one. Right. Andy likes stuff here, and he says, for me, Ace Ventura is a classic and hysterics every time I watch it. What's your favourite Jim Carrey movies?
Pretty much anything from the 90s for me. Yeah, but my favourite's probably Dumb and Dumber.
Good pick.
I absolutely adore The Cable Guy.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Still need to see that one.
Oh, it's so funny.
I mean, say The Mask. I do like The Cringe. I used to love that as a kid. But I'll just say, like, most recently, Sonic for me. I just think he is the perfect rendition for a live-action Dr. Robotnik.
I've recently picked up again, because I think I had it, but I got rid of it. Earth Girls Are Easy. So I've got to watch that again.
I love that film.
You've sold me on the titles. You've sold me on the title.
Is it Marlon Wayne, Jeff Goldblum,
And Jim Carrey.
And Jim Carrey play these 3 aliens that come down to this planet?
Yeah.
With Gina Davis.
Gina Davis in that movie. Oh my god.
I'm even more intrigued now.
It's going to be really weird to watch Earth Girls Are Easy and then watch The Fly straight after.
Yeah.
We've got Cora here saying hey. Hey, Cora. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Hey, Cora.
Marvel fan says they're bringing back 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps, but the BBC said they don't want it to go back on the show. They don't want to go back to that show, so Will Mellor and Ralph Little are meeting with BritBox to see if they can make it a BritBox exclusive. But BBC actually owns that anyway. It's part owned with ITV, I think, BritBox. So they might make it like that. I know Ralph Little's quite busy. He's always abroad doing Death in Paradise, so I don't know whether that'll happen or not. I did like the series, so that's cool.
Yeah.
David says there's 60 years of the Rolling Stones this year. Awesome. Keith says, have any of you seen the trailer for the Rob Zombies The Monsters Today? I honestly think it's one of the worst trailers I've ever seen.
I'm going to have to watch this now.
It is absolute pile of crap.
I think Rob Zombie's like one of these people who actually thinks he's a good director, but he just isn't.
It does feel like a TV movie or just like a fan-made film.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Right, here we go. Edward says, it's rumoured that Russell T Davies could be leaving Don the story open in the 60th anniversary for her and the Noble family to return in the future. What's your thoughts on that? Catherine Tate returning? Yeah, fair enough.
I can't really stand Catherine Tate, to be honest.
I'm not the fan of the Catherine Tate show, to be fair, but I don't mind her in Doctor Who. She's all right, but
I think Doctor Who is the best thing I've seen her in. Hated it when she popped up in The Office. But, Doctor Who is probably the most tolerable product I've watched her in.
I'll tell you something, I'd rather see Martha return. I think she's very underrated, and I wouldn't mind her returning.
Yeah.
Dr. Possible says 36 Hours is great HMV title. World War II thriller with James Garner with a great twist. Thanks for the recommendations. Right. Marvel fan says Cobra Kai Season 5 comes out on the 9th of September, but Season 4 came out on the 31st of December. They're certainly pumping out the seasons, aren't they? But have any of you guys seen it?
No, still haven't got round to it.
Just I'm not that big a fan of the Karate Kid. Like I like the movie, but I'm just not.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest
invest
fan of the
into a
franchise.
TV show about it.
Yeah.
I've seen the first 2 episodes. You can watch the first 2 episodes for free on YouTube because it was a YouTube original at first. So give them a shot. I watched them and did enjoy them, but because I didn't have Netflix, I just kind of didn't watch it. But I've heard from everybody, even people who aren't a big fan of Karate Kid, it's a pretty good and fun series, and they seem to be hitting out the park with every single series, so that's cool. No, you will not.
No.
Marvel fan says Netflix is releasing 2 seasons in 1 year because of the delay due to YouTube not renewing for the 4th season. So Netflix bought the seasons off them, but season 3 aired on Netflix on the 1st of January. Yeah. Peter says the Cable Guy is great. I think I remember you said you picked that up recently, Peter. So yeah, I need to get that myself.
The Blu-ray of it's really good.
Awesome. I think I did see it in my local HMV or one of them for like a 5 on Blu-ray, so I might get it. DVD Film Bloke says, I hope to God 2 Pints of Lager never comes back. That show was bollocks the first time round. Cora says, ooh, Billy, I'm here for you.
Yeah, that's I think that's from the Cable Guy in it, where he's like doing Midnight Express.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pete says Cable Guy is very funny, but it's also got its dark undertones. Yeah, I remember you saying, Andy, it's very dark at the time for a Jim Carrey film.
I don't think people were ready for it when it came out. It was so different to what people were expecting.
Yeah. Marvel fan says, what about Ideal with Johnny Vegas? Oh, I remember that. That was a bit out there and all. Never seen it. I think it was like mid-2000s on BBC Three, so we're certainly going back in time here. Keith's here saying, just recently watched Ambulance with Jake Gyllenhaal, and I never thought I'd say this about a Michael Bay movie, but it's definitely a contender for Movie of the Year. Have you guys seen it? We did talk about this before, didn't we? I know you've seen it, Andy, and you think it's a pretty solid film, but not as best.
It's a 6 out of 10 movie for me. Personally, I think it looks good. But yeah, I just wasn't enjoying it as much as I wanted to. But I'm so glad Keith. It ticked all those boxes for Keith, but for me, it fell a little bit flat for me, because it is Michael Bay. But
yeah, I can understand that. There was instances there where there was some kind of cringy comedy, but apart from that and like a little bit too long, I really enjoyed it. Thought it was a lot of fun.
It's like, you know, when you see, like, it kind of reminded me a little bit of Transformers, the start of it, where you see like all the flashy cars and like the big houses and that, and it's like, yeah, okay, I get it. Like showing us how the other half live and all that, and
I kind of wonder if Michael Bay would be a great director for a Fast and Furious film.
yeah, I think so.
Especially after Fast and Furious 9.
I just hope he doesn't fuck up this Beast Wars movie.
Well, I don't think he has anything to do with this Beast Wars film.
Does he not?
Pretty certain. No, I'm pretty certain he hasn't got nothing to do with it.
All the better.
Yeah. I'd love to see somebody give him like a really small budget, like, I don't know, 10 million or something, and just say, what can you do with that? And it would just be really interesting to see him try and make a movie with like where he doesn't have the means. Budget. Yeah.
Yeah, he could make something really good.
Yeah.
Dr. Possible says Busey was great, and with Dustin Hoffman in Straight Time, Stone Cold classic. Awesome. Edward says, what's your favourite Illumination movie? So this is the guys who've done the Despicable Me films.
I don't mind the third one because it's got Trey Parker in it from South Park, and he's pretty funny in that movie. Yeah,
I like the second and the third one. They're pretty fun. I'm sure they done the Lorax as well. I didn't mind that one. That was all right.
The animated Grinch as well. I think that's pretty good.
I haven't seen that one. Isn't that with Benedict Cumberbatch?
Yeah, it's not bad. I quite liked it.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. What about you, Mike?
The only one I've seen is The Secret Life of Pets.
Yeah,
just be that one.
I've seen the first one. That's pretty solid. It's not too bad. Marvel fan says, will some of the Doctors be back for the 60th anniversary? Is it just David Tennant and Catherine Tate? I won't watch it. I won't watch it. I'll give up on it. I think you'll see plenty of Doctors coming back for the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who and this like centenary special. They'll try to bring back all the old Doctors, or at least some fan service to try and win old fans back.
They have to really sort of pull all the stops out, I think, now.
Yeah.
You know how much of a nosedive in terms of quality the show's taken.
Yeah. It's definitely is a worry. But I don't know what to make of Doctor Who now, to be fair. I hope Russell T Davies can bring it back to its glory days, but I don't think it will. I don't know. Andy Like Stuff says, I only watch Doctor Who because it's tradition. Love or hate it since the early 80s. Is there any shows you watch or franchises even though you know it's love or hate?
There's a show I absolutely love, but I hated the last season. That 70s show.
I remember that.
I love that show. That show, season 4, that show was amazing. I just loved it. And then season 8 was painful. It was the Last Jedi of that show.
Was it?
Yeah. It just didn't make any sense at all.
Oh, I've seen bits and pieces of it, but just never really got into it.
Yeah, Red Foreman's one of my favorite TV characters ever. Kurtwood Smith from RoboCop.
Oh wow! What about you, Mike?
I think, I guess kind of similar to Andy with the 70s show. I'd probably just have to say something like The Simpsons. The first 10 or so seasons, I love them, but then after that, I don't know. It's just downhill from there.
Yeah, I can also think Scrubs as well. The first few seasons of that, and the final one. Yeah. We have Peter here saying, "All right, enough of this non-porn talk." Oh dear, where's this going? Marvel fan says, "Oh, the stuff they put on BBC Three now is shit. They ruined it completely. I don't think I've even seen the new BBC Three, to be fair.
No, I haven't.
I think I used to watch it for repeats of EastEnders when I used to watch EastEnders, or repeats of Doctor Who on a Sunday afternoon. Dr. Impossible says Working Girl, Ford was super cool in that film. Great main theme song, sung by Carly Simon. Great.
It's not bad, Working Girl.
Oh, that's cool. Surf says, what's your favourite kind of porn then, Peter? Peter says, Scorch Earth Policy are some of the most beautifully put together words ever. Brilliant. Right, we have hit the 4-hour mark. We've reached the end of the comment section, so we'll be rounding up now. So do you want to quickly put your comments in before we finish? But I'd just like to thank everybody for joining the stream tonight. It's been a lot of fun. I'd like to thank Elliot from I.M.O Reviews, Scott from Scott the Movie Critic. It was great to have both guys on. And as always, thanks Andy and Mike for joining the stream as always.
Thanks, Pete.
No worries.
And thanks as always, you people at home, for watching. We'll be back again next week where our special guests will be Vengeance Media and Slayer Reviews. So see you all next week. Bye.
Bye.